Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have joined us Daily Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I made from the state, so if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, we just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafar Mo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kylie Baker.
My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the word of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyimika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyimika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison and Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD, Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the Managing Director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amira Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. Your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyimika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyimika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyimika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today, women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the board of trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyimika is a member of the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyimika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyimika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well, to your best, Again, Mr. Oshika talked about it. to the best of your ability. Do your best. What I want to say. Yes, I said, talked about it. I said, be ready to make sacrifices, but mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. When you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say 3 things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. And I say it boldly, that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts her disciplinary father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision-making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and the importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
From the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical root. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's just the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pocket that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Why some that can't afford this, they just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are doing this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that will make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not.
Not for strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes. You know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers have brought this taking it outside to show as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how dull the market is, there are influx of hands going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will Onitsha people with hair, Ibadan people with hair, people with hair, all sort of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you are sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you not see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. So they say that it's outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some, like this one that is here now, is an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. You see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Hi, I'm Blessing Aichi, and this is SOUQ Exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late George Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about George Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right, now for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle Olado Martins was the first African to go to Hollywood. So talk to us, how has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know, in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area, and I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people, and we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language. I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokiapega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artist, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looked after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share me your experience working with Judge Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990. Well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, yes, meeting at the car and having to like just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in '96. Starting out my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, you know, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. You know, we've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. You know, when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and he'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, oh, you know. But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had, and unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel like he's alive
still
again.
Alive
yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles, and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this. It's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? And I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now. Yeah. I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many black persons in that space.
Partner of my father's, Ben Ipega, Harriman, Ipega and Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because especially even now, in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael, because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who is actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael, and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending, like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow event talking about having.
So you've
been?
Oh,
yes,
I haven't been.
But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Ball. So being a food critic.
Yes.
That's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think a Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. Some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food,
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it. But his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, I want to come and see Nigeria for myself. I hear these things at the foods, people are like, oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food? It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. For people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers, and
Yep.
some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever. Or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching SOUQ
Thank
News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won a Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So it's very exciting time and get Nigeria involved as well, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got SOUQ News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
It
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for
Definitely.
people of color
Yes.
and make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So.
And God bless the soul too of
Amen.
George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on SOUQ Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GDTI would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me, it's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
All right, glad you will be joining us on what we'll call SOUQ Exclusive. Is a special one where we do a close shot on a special guest to look at their story and to draw inspiration for younger people who also want to make something out of life. My guest today is quite special because he's rare to come by. He's a man of many parts. He has a lot of experience when it comes to military operations, when it comes to global affairs, and when it comes to the economy. is taking time to be with us today, and because you deserve the best. And that's why we always reserve the special guest for you at this moment. Today, I'm privileged to host Ambassador Wallace Williams, who is the Honorary Consul General for Antigua and Barbuda, and also the Chairman, Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Glad you have joined us on SOUQ Exclusive.
Thank you very much, Femi. I've been looking forward to coming to meet you, the team, and I'm happy to be here today and to have met your wonderful chairman, and everybody has been so extremely hospitable. I feel at home, I feel welcomed. I'm looking forward to pushing the SOUQ brand, you know. Wherever I go, I'll be talking about this station, for sure. You know that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like to defend and promote, you know, those who need promotion from the point of view of, you know, you've created a niche in this country from the areas that you cover, and I'm very, very impressed.
I must commend you for that patriotism. Honestly, today it's quite historic for me. An opportunity to meet you again. You know, it's been a while.
Thank you.
And to also guide you on this SOUQ Exclusive.
Thank
Great
you.
one. Glad you have joined us once again.
Thank you.
So let's start with your story, because the idea is to talk about your story. And I'm going to start with your background. You talking about your background, your experience while growing up. You know, telling your story, some of the things that were fascinating to you while growing up, and some of the things that, you know, helped in shaping your value over the years. Talk to us about your background.
Very much. I come from I'm a village boy. I come from a little village in Trinidad called La Brea. It also has a famous world moniker, and that it is the eighth wonder of the world. We have a natural asphalt lake. Nigeria has as well, but it is not being developed. But we have developed the lake asphalt as a product for the world, which is used for paving roads, for standard for the airports all over the road to stop the aircrafts from bumpy atmosphere. Those roads, those products are very strong as cement. So that's where I'm from. I went to a school on the lake called Bright New Sea, where as a young, inquisitive young man, I was always searching for knowledge. I then won a scholarship. I became a scholar at age 10 to go to college called Queen's Royal College, which they say is the most elite college, if not in Trinidad alone, but in the Caribbean. I'm proud of that one, you know, where we were schooled to be told that we are the leaders of the future, that we are going to be the captains of industry. So when you grow up with that mindset, you think nothing is impossible. At a very tender age, to have that told to you, you feel proud, you know, that you belong to a very close circle of elites. I think it's like your King's College here. You know, you tend to believe that you're made for the world, and your future is already set based on the education they will give you. So when we entered on the first day, they said, you know, you are now, you know, a cut above the rest. Challenge everything, you know, and if you find that your professors have not done their homework, put them out of the class and teach the rest of the class. And we did. Some of us who, like myself, bold enough, you didn't prepare, we put you out of the class, and the principal just would not do anything. He'd say, well, you did not prepare, and these young scholars have to go forward with their next lesson, and if you didn't prepare, they will teach the class, and we did. So when you had that kind of training very early on, you knew that nothing was impossible, challenge everything, and correct it if you have to. So in my formative years, my DNA was made out of challenge everything, do not be compromised, you know, and be a scholar. But also they told us that if, when they finish training us, and they drop us anywhere in the world, Alaska, wherever, and they come back and we are not in charge, they have failed. So we have that mindset that failure is not an option. You know, we must win. We have a win-win attitude. So I grew up, you know, in that kind of atmosphere. You know, we would walk to school, run home for lunch, run back, so we became very athletic as well. We grew up among fruit trees and organic food, you know, and you name it, we did everything, you know, as a young man. Children today don't have the same adventure spirit that we have had. You know, we go out and, you know, have fun, etc. And the excitement of learning was a key thing. That, you know, at that time we didn't have any electricity. We had these lamp oils, so we'd be studying in the night. Oh. Yeah, studying in the night, and you had a thirst for learning, you know, because in those days we didn't have what you have now, computers and all that, and that type of laziness. We made up our own games, you know, and our own imagination, you know, to play games, etc., created your own games, and that was an exciting period for me.
Well, what kind of games?
Well, for example, we would play marbles, right? You pretend to be, you know, a prime minister or a footballer or whatever, and you make up games and, you know, you conduct the affairs of the country. You know, so we were very enlightened, you know, that, yeah, create games. We will take the wheels of a bicycle and turn them into a plaything. You have a stick and you roll it all along, you know, for as far as you can, you know. You would create other games, you know, imaginary, playing with imaginary things, you know, that other people did scientifically. So, you know, you were always thinking and always imagining and always creating. So in our DNA, you know, we grew up to be very creative, very academic, very challenging, and I left from the countryside to go to the big city, as we say, because I came first in the island at that time. So I was a scholar at 10, you know, when I was not supposed to sit exams until 11 plus. But because I had jumped 2 classes, the principal thought, well, we can't keep this young man back anymore. So they lied to the Ministry of Education and said I was 11 plus.
Oh, man.
But I wasn't. I was actually 10. You know, so for me, those were very exciting times. And then having gone to the big city, you know, the world was now opening up to me. Oh, these things I've never seen in the countryside. And I absorbed those things so quickly, and started to look at, you know, how am I going to make use of this opportunity for the future? And one of the key things, if you have to tell the youth of today, is to focus on your vision and be disciplined and be consistent. Very, very important.
While you were narrating your, you know, beautiful experience while growing up, you talked about, you know, having this what we call communal support, which is very peculiar at that period, that age, where your neighbor's children, you see them as your own children.
Absolutely.
And even if you're not your biological children, you provide a kind of parental support, you know.
Yes.
But if you look at the trend now in the society, do we still have that? What's missing?
Well, some parts of Africa still do, and we must go back to that, which we call Ubuntu, that communal spirit where your grandparents, your great-grandparents, they pass on knowledge, because, you know, Africans are, you know, what we call a vocal, historical type of people. We talk and carry on the knowledge that we've had because it was not written. And it's still not written except for, you know, scholarly work at the moment. But, you know, for example, if your grandparents or parents are not talking to the neighbor, you dare not show the same animosity, because that will get them to talking back together. They'll say, do you know that your son or your grandson did not greet me? What? They will now, you will be scolded for that, and they will get back talking, because you have to learn respect. You have to learn that whatever goes on with adults is none of your business. You give everybody respect, and then everybody took care of you in the village. They will look out for you. They look out to make sure that you are safe. They look out to make sure that if your parents are not back home, they'll feed you. You know, you can come into their kitchen, enter their pots with their children, you know. So it was always communal, the Ubuntu spirit, you know, getting together. So I think children of today do not use their imagination. They are driven by computer games, they're driven by the phone, and so they don't spend much time exploring the world outside, which gives you a sense of security. And, you know, you're out there, you become streetwise, put it that way. Nowadays, everybody is closeted. You know, you go to school in a car, you know, your parents come and pick you back up in a car, and you've had no adventure. Your adventure life between the ages of 10 or between the ages of 7 and 15 or 17 have not had any kind of a free spirit, what I call free spirit. I mean, I'm a wanderlust. I like adventure, and that was born out of the early days growing up in Trinidad.
At what point did you decide to join the army, you know, and then...
Well, we had military in our school, and therefore that gave you what I would call you want to be like this, you know, the uniform, the military, the discipline, you know, it looks marvelous, you know, and that gives you a sense of belonging, a community of men who behave the same way, talk the same language and attitude. And since we were told, you know, challenge everything and be leaders, well, that was natural, absolutely natural.
Now let's talk about Africa. I know you're passionate about the African project. If you compare to the resources that Africa is blessed. When
Absolutely.
You know, natural resources, human resources, Africa is blessed. But when it comes to the value these resources are adding to this continent, it's you know, if you look at the compare, it's just not there. Well, what do you think is the reason?
What is wrong is leadership. That's first and foremost. Second, patriotism. Thirdly, selfishness and greed. Right? If you look at those three combined, that's very toxic for the continent, because it means that we are giving away our fathers' wealth to foreigners for free and then taking the crumbs. That doesn't make sense. A continent that has trillions in reserve of whether it's gold, diamond, bauxite, whatever, you use that to sustain one currency, a central bank. We will beat anybody in the world, whether it's China or whatever, and we need to get to that point. So what is wrong is that we need to harness these resources for ourselves. Do not be, you know, consumers, rather be producers. So we need to produce, we need to locally manufacture. I'm happy to see that Ghana has gone the way now of refining their gold. Burkina Faso has also kicked out those who are exploiting their gold, and I think they're going to go that way. That is what we need now. The kind of leadership that's going to say, enough is enough. Let us now not be consumers. Let us be manufacturers, put a factory in every community where the resources are, and let the community be shareholders. We are not wage earners. We are shareholders because this is our patrimony. This is what we were blessed with, and we in these communities with this, the government should say, okay, you want to come and exploit, transfer your technology, transfer your training, right? Participate with our locals to develop the resources. You get a profit, but there's a win-win. They also get a profit. And what the country or the nation has to do is be part of the value chain. And that is what Trinidad did with their oil and gas. They became part of the value chain. They intervened and said, we are not going to stay back on the dole and take a few crumbs and the rest of the country, you know, starve. No. Our strategic policy is we want to be in every aspect of the value chain of our resources. And that's what they did. And that's why their GDP was so high, 25,000 plus per individual per capita, right, in Trinidad. And I brought that to Nigeria, to the Nigerian gas master plan. I showed them this is what Trinidad did, you know, also with local content. So develop your local content to fit your particular reserve. So you have gold, then train a lot of your community in gold refining, owned by you. Train them in gemstone, cutting, you know, enhancing the value of that. Set up a commodity exchange, not wait for Hallmark in the UK or a commodity exchange in Brussels or Holland to tell you and determine your resource value. No, you need to be part of the value chain, and you now export rather than import your own resource, which went out and came back with added value to give to you for you to consume. Does that make sense? It doesn't. So we have got to change the paradigm and say we will now participate, and the government has to make that policy. A strategic policy. You're coming into our country, you want to help us to explore and or exploit this particular resource. Here's what. We're participating as partners and shareholders. And we must do it in a manner that fits our strategic policy. We want to be in all aspects of the value chain. You are just giving us an advantage from the fact that you have developed a technology to help us to exploit this more. But you are not going to be left with it alone. Right. We will be part of the value chain with you. And if you're aligned with that, come in. If you don't, stay out. That has to be the attitude.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. You know, it's looking like we just have to, you know, wrap up now. I'm sure we're going to have an extension of part 2 of this conversation.
Absolutely.
But I must thank you for your time, you know, for your thought, you know, talking about yourself, telling us your story.
Yeah.
And hopefully we're going to have another time to talk more.
I look forward to the part 2.
All right.
Yeah. This time I will dress up in the full traditional wear.
How colorful would that be?
That would be very colorful, and I look forward. Maybe SOUQ News can give me a SOUQ outfit.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
We'll be glad to do that.
Yes,
Customized for you.
Customized for me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. A pleasure. Yeah.
All right. On that note, we'll just have to call it a wrap now. Don't forget, until we come your way to bring another special guest, you know, talking about this exclusive conversation, will still remain yours. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time with another guest.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility,
we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Hello and welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News TV. I am Blessing AJ. We thank you for making it a duty every morning to tune in so you can be part of the policy shaping agenda of Early Exchange. Oh yes, here we shape policy and advance development. And you may ask, what is your role in this? Since I said you can participate. That means you can go to the comment section and just leave a comment on any issue that we are discussing. In case you want to update us on something and just turn our attention to that. Today, we're looking at the de-dollarization move of the BRICS. Now, for the first time, the U.S. dollar reserve has fallen by 60%, the first time since 1995. And some banks in the U.S. have faced losses due to the de-dollarization move. Now, away from what is happening to the U.S. dollar, we're taking a deep look into the African Development Bank as it has approved a trade finance facility of €70 to promote trade in Africa. We've got some wonderful analysts that will be speaking to these issues. Let's go on a quick break, and then it'll be time to take you around the world and update you on current happenings.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
A very good morning, and thank you for joining us on the news update here on SOUQ News Television. I am Tim Tope Omoli. Nigeria's Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, has begun discussions with the Brazilian ambassador Carlos Gacete to activate the bilateral air service agreement BASA between Nigeria and Brazil. This agreement, originally established in 2018, aims to strengthen air connectivity and foster economic cooperation between the two nations. The new arrangement could enable 4 to 5 direct flights weekly, promoting trade and cultural exchanges. Nigerian Airlines, Air Peace and Caverton have been designated to operate the routes, but countries plan to finalize updated BASA terms to reflect current aviation trends. Keyamo and Gasete emphasized the economic and cultural impact of these flights. The move aligns with ongoing efforts to expand Nigeria's international aviation reach, highlighting a growing partnership between the two nations. The agreement is expected to boost trade, tourism, and enhance social connections. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has announced plans to cut post-harvest losses in Nigeria's agricultural sector by 25%, aiming to boost food security and enhance domestic production. Minister Abubakar Kyari made this declaration at the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones SAPZ High-Level Implementation Dialogue in Abuja. The SAPZ initiative integrates farming, processing, and marketing to increase agricultural productivity, reduce waste, and promote value addition. It is supported by the African Development Bank, International Fund for Agricultural Development, and the Islamic Development Bank. Kyari emphasized the urgency of reducing post-harvest losses from 45% to 20%, while highlighting the program's potential to create 500,000 jobs and increase food supply. Minister of Finance Wale Edun reiterated the government's commitment to industrialization through agriculture, emphasizing its impacts on inflation, interest rates, and economic stability. The initiative targets 7 states and the Federal Capital Territory, focusing on crops like rice, cassava, maize, and cocoa. And the Nigerian Customs Service, Apapa Area Command, reported a significant revenue increase, collecting 1.6 trillion naira by the end of the third quarter of 2024. This marks a considerable jump from the 1.2 trillion generated in the entire year of 2023. Customs Area Controller Babatunde Olomu attributed the achievement to diligent monitoring, trade facilitation programs, and stakeholder engagement. The command's efforts in reducing smuggling activities have also contributed to this success. Programs such as Advanced Ruling and Authorized Economic Operator under the leadership of Comptroller General Adewale Adeniyi have enhanced trade efficiency, with July and September 2024 alone contributing 201 billion naira and 193 billion naira respectively. Olomu expressed confidence in achieving even higher results in the last quarter of 2024 while emphasizing collaboration with stakeholders and sister agencies to maintain the momentum and reduce smuggling activities further. A consortium of German companies has agreed to invest £40 million in Lagos to improve the state's waste management infrastructure. The agreement, signed at the 11th German-Nigerian Business Forum, aims to install advanced waste treatment plants and supply waste collection trucks, reducing over 1.5 million tons of CO2 emissions annually for the next 15 years. The project, facilitated by the German government and backed by Lagos State, involves companies like Zoomillion Nigeria Limited, FEMA Industries Germany, Found Keshoff Group A, and Justpong Group of companies. It will see the procurement of 3 solid waste recycling plants and a fleet of waste collection vehicles. Lagos Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by Special Advisor Titilayo Oshodi, emphasized the partnership's role in boosting the state's economy and advancing climate goals. The initiative supports job creation and the development of new markets in waste management. The waste plants are expected to significantly reduce landfill waste while promoting recycling. And that's all for now on the news update. We'll bring you more later in the day. For now, we return to Blessing AHA, who is on standby as Early Exchange continues. Have a good morning.
Thank you, Timmy Molly, for updating us on current happenings across the globe. Before getting into what's happening to the US dollar vis-a-vis the BRICS alliance, let's take a break.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us. So Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have rejoined us. Daily Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I made from mistakes, so if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, we just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Many thanks for staying with us. Progressing on the show this morning, my partner in advancing shaping policy and advancing development, Temple Bara, also known as TC Bara, is very much in the studio this morning. Good morning, partner. Handshake.
That sounds very cute. It's cutesy and very mirror, really.
Blush, I just realized.
Cutesy and very mirror, you know?
Being the mirror is the in thing now, so
Yeah.
I have to be trendy.
Yes, I like that. Say it one more time. Come on, say it one more. Indulge me.
Good morning, TC. How are you?
TC, my partner.
Okay, my partner.
Oh,
I hope you don't make more of that, but I understand. I can see that Dr. Dausa Samaze is just smiling. He can tell me why he's smiling because, hey, I can't get into your mind, but I know that there's something you want to say. Good morning, sir.
Well, investor, this is right here in a $1 billion economy. So,
Yes, that's true. That's true. I see the pull away.
I like that. I like that. I like that. In dollars or in pounds?
oh, it's in dollars.
Okay.
Dr. Dausa Samaze.
That currency as at the moment.
Yes, is a policy expert, and today we're looking at the de-dollarization move of the BRICS alliance, what it's doing to the US dollar. Because for the first time since 1995, the US dollar reserve has fallen has fallen below 60%. What's going to happen? Will it bounce back? What are the reasons? How is the de-dollarization move impacting it? That for the first time since 1995, it has fallen below 60%. Dr. Delsa. Now, when the BRICS nation, talking about Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, China came together and formed the BRICS alliance, it looked like, well, that's just another economic bloc. What's going on here? What can they do, really? And then the de-dollarization move began, trying to find another currency to compete with the dollar, which has become like the universal currency for trade. And so we saw that over time, they started to accumulate gold, back up their foreign reserve with gold. It was a massive move, and in about 18 months, developing countries, including the BRICS, which are developed countries, acquired more than 800 tons of gold. And now we see what that has done to the US dollar. What do you feel about? How do you feel about this, and where do you see this going?
Well, it's not strange to me as a student of history when you look at how the world has evolved itself. You see power keep moving, and this movement of power from one particular area to another is really what makes this world an interesting place to be. At a certain point, the Egyptians were so powerful, and then the power shifted to the Medo-Persia, then of course to the Greeks. It came to the Romans, and from the Romans it went to the United Kingdom. Now from the United Kingdom, power shifted to the US. Now power is moving out of US, and I think that's exactly what it is. So, and of course, in this huge circle of history, two things are very fundamental. You see a period of peace and prosperity, where of course you find creativity, productivity that leads to huge or good standard of living. And then of course this make your currency really very strong because you are able to mass wealth all across. And then of course it will now follow by a season of depression, as ably described by Ray Dalio in one of his books, The Changing World of That. You find that now period of depression leads to crisis, internal disorder, external disorder, and all this combined to determine the new locus of power. And I think that is what is going on in the globe. And I think the US not paying enough attention to the things around them. Because when you look at the US, for example, they've been involved so much in printing of currency, trying to micromanage the economy, as it were, to present to the world an economy that is robust. But when you look at the debt profile of the US, especially in terms of debt to GDP ratio, you find that US is actually in trouble, and nobody wants to put money where the currency become weak and the economy is not strong enough. So people are looking for alternative. And so BRICS now seems to be the new bride, and everybody seems to be rallying around the BRICS because the economy of China is doing very well. Don't forget that India economy growing at 7% in the last 8 years, and that's consistent. And all this put together is putting the American economy to where it should belong at the moment.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it would be appropriate to give the BRICS countries these credits. I mean, globally, economies are falling. I mean, it's not just an American thing or an African thing. We're seeing a lot of economies suffering at the moment. So, would you actually give this credit this development to the economies of the BRIC countries?
Yeah, not necessarily, but it's also to look at it. The power around the BRICS, especially the real potential power around the BRICS, is China.
Okay.
That is the thing. That is the real power around the BRICS. China is a strong partner in BRICS. And I remember some time ago when Putin was having a conversation with Carlson. That 2-hour interview was quite really enlightening when even Russia said that NATO were really not pushing that against Russia, that the target was actually China, and saying how to push China and stop the growth that is going on in China. Now, you look at it, you see a lot of fuming that is happening right in the US and even in the European Union against China. Look at it, they come in the area of EV and say, look, oh, you are over subsidizing your companies, we don't want this, you are creating a global monopoly and the rest of it. But the real reason is it China to be blamed, or really they themselves are to be blamed because of the way they have played liberal democracy that really had pulled their economy to where it belongs. Yes, we know there's loss globally, but some countries are still making some headways in terms of growth. So you find that on a daily basis, the size of BRICS is getting bigger, and their share of the cake, of the global cake, is becoming larger and bigger on a daily basis. So this tells you that something good is happening somewhere. And China is investing in Europe, investing in America, investing in Asia, investing in Africa, and all across the globe, because they have sufficiency of capital and they are able to subsidize their countries and factories at home. So this is what is happening. And of course, nobody is going to fold his hand to just allow himself to just take the last breath. So people are struggling to see, how do we get out of the trouble of dollar? And that is what you're seeing, and it will continue to happen. And I think that Ray Dalio has been consistent about this since 2021 to warn the American government that the policies at home is terrible. And if you look at even the conversation around the economy in America right now, especially as they head toward the elections, you find that these are the real issues that are at stake, that all the jobs in America have been shifted to Asia. So their companies at home are not doing really well as at present. So this is a problem. And I think the economic and commercial diplomacy of the Joe Biden with China really not producing any tangible effect for the American people at the moment. So it's huge on the American soil that recently you heard when there was this rumor about America getting into recession, the entire capital markets globally were shaking because people have actually preserved their wealth in dollars. So once these indications are coming, what do people do? They continue to move out their wealth from dollar. And that's why you see that a lot of people are investing in gold to back up their currency, because they know that very soon the dollar is likely to fail.
So since a lot of investors are now turning to gold, which seems to be the new dollar in quotes, if the US dollar is falling, people turning to gold, what does that mean for gold producing countries? Even though there's a global market where the value of gold is determined.
Oh, yeah, of course, it has always been so. Before the Second World War, gold has always been the means for reserve currency before the Second World War. So every country tried to get some measure of quantum of gold. And that's why people talk about Mansa Musa, who people say that up to now remain the richest man that has ever lived because of the quantum of gold that he had. And a black man from Mali who would travel into any market from head to toe, everything he wears was gold. And then the gold market falls when he enters into that place. And the world has not seen anybody like that. But when America became the global leader at a certain point in time, of course, there was a shift from gold to dollar. as the means for international trade and value. So it becomes the reserve currency. And now, in the last how many years now, from 1948 up to date, after the Second World War.
70 years now.
Yeah, of course, about 70 years. You see that the American gold has been there. But here now you are seeing for the first time, really, that American economy is hitting the rock. That is what it is. And they cannot run away from that. And that's why you find that there's this clamor, people saying, when Donald Trump came, they said, look, let America be for America. We seems to be too involved in global matters. And because we are too involved in global matters, we cannot really focus on building our economy, which, of course, was the real bedrock for the strength which we currently have. And you see, that's a conversation around the politics. And some people say, oh, he's an isolationist. But really, that has been the way Americans play their policy. From the moral doctrine of saying America for America, we don't want to be too involved. Yes, with the world, we want to focus on our thing, build our industry, invest in our critical infrastructure. And you'll find out, take for example, the American infrastructure has suffered hugely in the last 40 years. Whether it's the road infrastructure, the electrical infrastructure, all the basic infrastructure in America is suffering because there is too much intervention everywhere in the world, from the Middle East to Asia,
Africa,
everywhere. So you see American everywhere. And of course, all these things are expensive. And this is really taking a toll on the economy of the America. And that is what we are seeing, really. So a new world power, it seems, emerging. And this is where people talk about geopolitics.
Okay, so what would you say are the alternative currencies? Yes, it feels like just before dollar and dollarization, we relied on gold as foreign reserve. But are there any other alternative currencies at this point where people could resort to just in case the dollar fails?
Well, I am seeing people saying gold to actually be the alternative, as it were before.
Not the yuan.
Yeah, no. So you see, what they've done, really, what BRICS have done was to say, okay, they've also floated a new payment platform, which is different from the SWIFT that, of course, the world had been known to. And you see, as we speak, over 49 countries are subscribing to the new platform outside the BRICS. Because people want to go to where value is. And that's where people want to put money. So the real issue here is not about the what will be the source of reserve. But people understand that, look, we can keep our currency in gold, and gold will continue to be gold. And nothing is going to take the place of gold, because that doesn't belong to any particular country. But country will continue to manipulate their currency in terms of rate of exchange, so that create the opportunity for them to be able to access the international market, and their goods and services and technology can sell cheaply elsewhere, and then they can make a huge return. So people will still maintain their normal currency. But here, people are trying to preserve their value in gold. That is what is happening all across the globe right now.
Let's look more into the impact of this move away from the dollar on the U.S. In terms of international trade between U.S. and other countries, what's it going to be like with a weaker dollar, or with more investors pulling their investment from the dollar?
Well, I think what it is that, like, they call it a zero-sum game. The winner take all kind of politics. That's the way the world is wired. If America lose this economic war, of course, they don't have an alternative than to play like every other person. Don't forget, pound was once the world dominant currency. Yeah, so pounds is still existing. And they are still doing business with other people in the world. They don't have option. At a certain point, they move into the Eurozone and try to preserve the integrity or the honor of pound, and say, okay, well, we will play in the euro, but we don't want our pound to go into exchange. But that's the maximum that can happen.
So what happens to their imports and export? Does it become cheaper for export? Does it become more expensive for imports for the U.S.?
Not really. Not really. What that means is that, of course, as we speak, really, the dollar is weakened, and has continued to weaken in the last 3 or 4 years. And we are seeing now almost at the apex, and people are talking about it really. Why? Economy is not doing well. And that is the circle that Ray Dalio himself had traced. That in the 500-year history, what he saw is that you see a period of long-term debt and capital market imbalance, where nations are accumulating so much of debt, just like the US is doing. And not just US, almost all the countries in the world. Everybody's debt is almost to the neck. People are choking with debt. And of course, we are still borrowing the more. And so the more money you borrow, the weaker your economy becomes. So that is what you see. So that cycle is ongoing. And now once this cycle gets to a certain point, people now become more creative. You see some investment in education. And you see with good quality education coming, you see productivity rising. And that takes you to a new level of prosperity and peace. And people start to spend. And then, of course, the more we spend, then the more we start to borrow again and get into the cycle again. And then we get into debt. And as the debt is increasing, you see internal crisis, you see external crisis, all precipitating. And then, of course, the world is weak again. So this cycle is what the world has been moving through. And it's not going to change. So what the US really need to do is to see how they can invest in themselves. See, the very thing that built you, you have left it. And those value needs to be retained.
Is that the cost of playing international politics?
Yeah, that is what it is, because you see, the greatest danger of power, of holding power, is that you try as much as possible to deny yourself some huge economic benefits. Because you can't hold power and hold economy at the same time. So people will be crying. So that's why you say, even in local politics, if power is in your place, you see the president or the person who is in charge is worried to see, oh, what will people say? Will they say that I am biased and I'm trying to favor my people? And because of that perception, he tries to favor the people from the other zone than the one he came from. And at the end of the day, you find that he really would have done nothing for himself or his people, because he just get power. So yes, you have the power. So you have to also, because power in your hand is not just power, you have to show it by the demonstration of force, which means you have to put money here and there. You have to invest in this. You have to invest in this. You have to keep doing the big boy. Oh yeah, of course, that's huge. And that takes a lot from you, trying to pacify the people in the world. But again, don't forget that there was so much money at this time. And what happened? The people, your people, become lazy themselves, because government is intervening in almost every life. Social benefits. So you really don't need to work. You have a credit card. So you go to the bank, you just take cash. And you're waiting for the money to come. So why will I go and busy myself working? So what means that the level of productivity go down. People really don't want to go to school, because what value of school and education? And you say, oh, why will I need to go to school? People go to school to go earn money. And of course, the government has put the money in your hand. So why do I need to go to school?
Was there not a way to balance this credit system that the US introduced to make life comfortable for their citizens?
And then you have to pay for it all the time.
Was there not a way to create a sort of balance? So there's a credit system, or people are also encouraged to work, or there are policies that enable the system of productivity?
Yeah, but you see, the credit system will not necessarily lead to productivity, because it sets in and gives you some measure of laziness. So this is what has happened. For example, their student loan scheme had failed. Why? Because many people who took the loan refused to go to school. They cannot find work. Therefore, the step can't collect the loan back.
Would it not have been criminal for you to take student loan and not go to school and get a job?
To face some other things. You want to pursue things like leisure, things like
should it not have been a matter of policy that it becomes criminal if you take student loans and you don't continue with your educational pursuits?
Well, it's not being criminalized, and that's the problem. So a lot of people become defaulted, and then of course you find even there are no factory really to even employ even those who have been to school. So when you see today, when they tell you and say they done a study recently, who are the most educated community in America? In short, incidentally, Nigeria was top of that list. So which means even the ordinary original Americans don't even want to go to school. Why? Because this government is making provision for everybody. There's insurance to take care of your thing. So this is what it is. And so government is subsidizing hugely insurance on the one end, investing in social scheme on the other end. And who is benefiting from social scheme? It's not that person. So work is no longer encouraged, as it were. And so because work is no longer encouraged, nobody wants to do work because you have your credit card. And that scheme make people really lazy. So what I'm saying is that liberal democracy to some extent is really anti-productivity. Because when government seems to intervene too much in the life of the people, they are not encouraged to do anything. So you can imagine to say government is dashing money to people and you have a free place where you have a ticket to go and eat in a day. So why bother to work? Or you have a credit card, then you can go to any shop and buy marijuana or any hard drug, and then of course you are high. So this is a problem. So it encourages laziness. And this is why every economy must struggle to put some value down that encourage education, because it's only when people are really thoroughly educated and there's huge investment in that system that you actually can raise very creative people, innovative people who will create new technologies, who will invent new things. So, say China from the backyard just came and they're about taking everybody. So you go to America, what are you going to find Chinese goods? So they're dominating the market. So the only way you can discourage it is you have to put more taxes on it. But putting more taxes on it when your factories are not even working, so what that means is that your citizens have to pay more. So this is the problem, and this is the risk cycle that the global economy is passing through, because I think governments all across the globe, not just in the US, are biting more than they can chew. And I think it's not really right for the kind of productivity that we expect from humans.
All right. So I'm sure we're coming from the development aspect, because usually forte is the undertone for your submissions this morning. But then let's get back to the thick of things, the nucleus of the conversation, which is the fall in the value of the US dollar and the foreign reserve. And we've noticed with the BRICS, there's a shift from, the physical word of notes that you can appreciate into more digital options with the BRICS payment option, right? We talked about it on this platform that's going to be more digitalized. I think when we had Ambassador Wallace on the program. And then for a while now, we've had Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all of those other digital currencies. I don't know if I should say or state if that's going to amount to anything, that some persons, especially in Africa, would appreciate physical cash like they would appreciate if they had the money in their hands and they can see it. It's appreciated more than some money locked up or in digital format. And if we had to have a digital system with the BRICS, how do you think it's going to play out? Is it going to be accepted immediately? Would it make any impact? Yes, we've also heard that the dollar it's looking for more digital. The US is trying to get the dollar into a digital format as well, where people can make payments online using the dollar currency. But having digital currency, what impact would it make, especially when people want to appreciate, the physicality of the note?
I don't think it's the physical that's actually the problem. The digital is just like a channel where, of course, you can actually express it. What is a current? Current?
Yeah.
That's a flow. So, and that's why every nation's currency is floating. And what nations do is, I think it was Philip Kotler who said that, how do nations compete? Nations compete either by cost or by differentiation. And what does it mean? If I have a product that I want to sell, there are only two ways to be number one. It's either I sell it very cheap, or I sell premium, but I make it different from every other product I sell value. This is the way nations compete. And of course, we cannot take that competitiveness away, except we become now a one world where, of course, all of us are using one currency. So nations, whether the currency is digital or is in hard note, we continue to manipulate their currency to remain competitive. So what is the currency? Is just a mix of value that you say, okay, this is selling for either one Bitcoin. But we also saw recently, cryptocurrency Bitcoin was selling for $7,000 at a certain point. Last month, it dropped to 53. So it's also not a stable at a uniform rate. And this is what some people bought at 1,000 when it started. So what you see is that currency will continue to appreciate or depreciate, no matter the format in which it is used, whether it is digital, whether it is on a hard note. So, but the most important thing is the monetary policy of nations. And as nations continue to play and will not surrender their sovereignty, whether political or economic sovereignty, to other nations of the world, they must find a way to remain competitive. Now, there are only two ways to get into this hard competition. It's either that you are playing in the red ocean, like they say, or you have to create a blue ocean for yourself. Now, if you are in the red ocean, you understand what that means, that there's a whole lot of splitting of blood. So, but if you play in the blue ocean, you are alone and in a world of your own, and then, of course, you can find a lot of co-opetition, as they call it today. So this is the way the economy is forever going to be run. And is not anything that is likely to change. But the means and the ways of transmitting this currency could be different from one generation to another. But the principles that drive this exchange will fundamentally remain the same.
But don't you say the digital nature or the only digital nature of this for now as a limitation to the BRICS currency? It seemed like it targets certain category of people or certain demography. You will find that people who are very young people will take to it because it's digital, is what they're used to. But being that it doesn't come in a currency you can touch, as in the notes that you can see, would that not limit its circulation and the adoption by other countries? You mentioned monetary policy. Is there going to be a fight back through policies by countries who are loyal or alliance of the U.S. against the use of this currency?
But so you just understand the principle here. It's trade agreement that really exists between the BRICS nations. What that means is that you use rupee as an India. We use yen as Japanese. So what it means is that you give me your rupee and I can give you rupee. We have agreed by international banks of settlement. CBN had agreed, or central banks globally has agreed as, okay, this is the value of your currency, this is the value of my currency. You give me, I take. I have a reserve of yours, you have a reserve of mine. So we are trading among ourselves, so we don't need to go look for dollars. That's the uniqueness about the BRICS. So that if I'm a BRIC member, yes, my currency is accepted. So I don't need to look for a third-party currency to do business with you.
That country.
With that country within the BRICS. So that is really the format. They are not forming a new nation, so to say, to have one single currency. So, but what is happening here is that, of course, the world is digitalizing, and that also we know. But don't forget that certain part of Africa also have not got into that level of digitalization. Take, for example, in terms of accessibility to fiber optics, for example, every nation is not at the same point. If you take for example, Nigeria, for example, we are just thinking of getting Lagos and Abuja into the fiber optic net. The whole rest of the country is not considered. Now, when you go to South Africa, the fiber optic network has not gone around the entire country. And I'm not sure it's even up to 60%. So you see how a population of people who cannot operate digitally, as it were. So what technology will continue to be there, improvement will continue to be there, but it's not going to take completely the place of people in the rural also having to have hard currency. Yes, even in Rwanda, where of course fiber optic is about 95-97% circulated, and anybody can use their Momo phone on exchange without on bike on it. You see a huge volume of cash on the street. So they live side by side, and that will continue to be. And I think currency has always been that for a very long period of time. So I do hope that, yes, the nations of the BRICS are saying, how can we trade better with ourselves without really needing a third-party intervention in terms of their currency, is what they are pushing. And that is actually what is the undoing of the dollar. But really, the bigger problem for the dollar is the productivity of the average American person, and to see how factories grow up again in America and begin to produce and make more money, and then American goods and services have access to the international market. Once again, it's not that these goods are not there, but in terms of pricing, is on the rooftop. And in an environment where people are trying to be prudent and save money, it will be foolhardy for somebody to see a piece of equipment that you will use for 1 year that is costing $5,000, and you find another one who can serve the same purpose, that is selling for $500, and then you want to prefer the one for $5,000 because the cost of living right there is on the rooftop. And of course, the other nations that I just imagined are still having the advantage of labor. And this is where the world is. And don't forget what China has done, really, in terms of making labor to be stable for them. And that is, of course, the use of humanoids and the robotic technology to drive the factories that not even human beings are working there. What do you hear? When the economy is good, they press the button, the production is going on, and then robots are working. When the economy is on a glut, they turn off the button. While the button is turned off, the robots are not asking for new salary or asking to be paid. So this is, of course, the edge that, of course, China is having over more people right now. And I think that is where the world really needs to wake up, especially those in the Western hemisphere, and then, of course, our African brothers.
Well, continuous calls have been made for Nigerians to transact with China in the end. I hear that arrangement has been made where you can go to China and pay in Naira. And what a way to go. That you can understand the push for Nigeria to be part of the BRICS nation, where we can go to a country who's part of the BRICS and pay for Naira. It just makes it a lot easier. There's no need for you to start doing conversions where you're looking for $1 to pay for a certain good or get a service provided. We'll take a moment on the first half of the early exchange now. We'll thank Dr. Idahusa Samuze for coming on this half. When we return, more conversations come your way. Stay tuned.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
It's good to know you're sticking with us. Yes, we're not done at all today with shipping policy. Now, with what is going on with the dollar and the BRICS alliance, we've talked about how the US dollar reserve fell below 60% for the first time in 1995. There's another part to this that says the US bank faces losses as de-dollarization grows. And we still have our analyst in the studio, Dr. Dausa Osamaze, who is a policy expert. Now, looking at what the de-dollarization move is doing to the US economy, the banks are not left out. If banks are facing the hits or also feeling the hits, is there hope? What could be the multiplier effect of this?
Well, it's just a normal cycle, like I've said. If the economy is suffering, everybody suffers. That's what it means. But it's also important for us to also look at it from the 2008 experience in the US that actually led to that global financial crisis that the world is still struggling to get out of. All were factors that were precipitated by some sharp practices in some corporate worlds who took so much money from the banks. And then, of course, we're cooking their books to show to the bank that everything was right. And at the end of the day, what do you see? You find that the money were not there and all the banks went under. And so as those banks went under, the entire world was almost on its brink. So that's what happened. And I think there's a whole lot of also book cooking, even at national level in the US right now.
Book?
Oh, yes.
Because,
yeah, they're not telling the world. You see, recently, that's why a lot of people who are playing within the capital market are really worried that is the economy really the way that the regime is painting it?
Isn't that deception and at the expense of investors?
Yeah, of course. That was what led to the 2008 bubble that burst, because these were at corporate level. But what I perceive happening right now is that, take for example, you hear the campaign train people throwing figures around on how the economy is growing, and you're asking yourself, wait, is this really true?
Are we talking about the same economy?
the things that we can feel or see. So this is the challenge that you find, because it's like you're trying to cover up a lot of things, and that's why even the economists and investors are worried, and see a lot of people are pulling out money from those environments and looking for safe havens and areas where they can actually keep this money. And that's why you find that countries, for example, like Canada were first to liberalize and open up the digital currency space, this cryptocurrency space, and make it really, because a lot of people are moving their money out because they are not too sure whether government is telling the truth or telling the lie. You see, that's the problem with politics. So you have to paint a picture that you are doing excellently well, even when things are not well. So you can see that happening. And what that means is that as we continue to move money from the bank, the borrowing continue, and the capacity of government to be able to pay back is weakened by the day. What happened? Depositors will lose their fund, because commercial banks are not creating money. They are only keeping money on behalf of other people. And now if somebody has borrowed the money and is not able to pay back, so which means interest and profit coming on investment will be reduced. And so you have seen these rates continuously go down or even get into negative as we speak since 2021. So these are the indicators that we will need to measure, because at the end of the day, who is keeping the money of the economy is the bank. So if the economy is suffering, then the banks also must be suffering.
Okay, let me come into this. So over the years, we've seen experts, financial experts, say saving dollars, saving dollars. I mean, not saving dollars. The Nigerian government wants to do a budget and is hinged on the benchmark, which is the price of crude, which is in dollars. So all of these, experts believe that the dollar is nearing its end, and for a country like Nigeria, which it feels like our whole economy is hinged on this. What are options? What should be done in ensuring that we're not caught napping? We don't have soap in our eyes and we're stuck in the middle of an ocean and we can't wash it out.
I think what we can do as a country is to be really more very strategic in terms of international relations. Okay. And I think that over the years we have not been so strategic because we feel that even in international politics there are permanent friends and permanent enemies. That does not exist anywhere. It solely exists in the figment of the imagination of those who are not politically so mature. In politics, there's no permanent friend, there's no permanent enemy. What is permanent is interest. So the interest of the people matters most to you. So government must also be looking at, for example, what are the options available? So we will not shy away from having to do with BRICS. As a matter of fact, most of our trade actually is more with the Asian than we do with the American. So, and I think it's even to reawaken, for example, for Nigeria, that agreement that we had, the currency swap agreement with China. This is a real time we need to reawaken it so that Nigerians who do business with Asia are really not relying on the dollar, but rather they will rely more on the Chinese currency to do trade.
At that time when, that arrangement was being made, it felt like we were giving our economy to China, or we were selling ourselves to China, because I know on the floor of the National Assembly there were calls for less dependence on the dollar and probably move. Some lawmakers made that call, but at that point, it felt like he was the prophet of doom. Why are you? It's like you're selling us completely. And there were talks all over social media that the government has sold the country to China, hence the need to want to start, trading in the Chinese yuan and all that.
Yeah, but I think with government, one of the things that I have actually observed is that there's always very poor communication. People don't communicate very well. Even when your policy mean well for the people, even telling the people exactly what you want to do matters really much, and how these things are accessible. Communication in around government in our environment is very poor. People don't know what to say or the right thing to say at what certain point. We're really looking at how to score a cheap political point over some certain issue. I think that's the biggest problem we have as a nation. But I think that the argument was the fact that if we trade more with China, why do I need to go reroute my currency through America Bank to come to China? Why can't I go to China direct and take my goods? And China say, okay, well, we're going to deal with you. But unfortunately, like you said, a lot of people were speculating that dollar will continue to be strong, and therefore it was the safest means to save value. And so people were putting more money in value. And that's why you see that even our politicians continue to buy dollars, because transaction is better because the currency is strong. And you just have $1,000 in your pocket, that's over 1 million. So you see, that is what it is. For them, it makes for ease of transfer. And they see that as an advantage. So we can continue to maintain our value in dollar. But really, does it help the economy? No, it does not. So I feel that we must be strategic in terms of our trade relations, that those we are trading with, we get into this currency swap agreement, that we don't necessarily need to over depend on dollar, and therefore the rates of our naira can remain very stable if we have multi-dollars for exchanges.
So Zimbabwe backed off their currency with gold. Nigeria also is blessed with natural resources, and gold is one of the minerals that Nigeria has. Does Nigeria have the ability to also back its currency with gold as other countries are doing now?
Yeah, we can. Anybody can. But then the quantum of gold that you can have is also a matter of fact. And I think that is one of the problems really in Africa. We have those resources, and we have actually not turned our eyes into those resources and look at how to convert this resource God has given it to us into liquidity. So that's a big problem, really. But I don't think as a country we have so much problem as is perceived in terms of what happened to dollar, what never happened to dollar. What we should really be concerned with is to see how we can build our internal capacity to create order within our system. First and foremost, what do we need? We should be able to feed ourselves as a country.
Do you really think Nigeria doesn't have a problem with what happens with the dollar, given the current exchange rate of the naira to the dollar?
That is the point I'm making. So what is important to us? What is important to us is that our schools are good. What's important to us is our hospitals are working. What is important to us is that people can afford food or 3 square meal and eat. And now all of these are within the ambit of what nature has given to us in terms of our ecosystem. We can plant food and eat here. So the real worry here for me is not what's happening to the dollar, it's what is happening to our economy, what's happening to order in our nation, what is happening to the peace and security of the people that live within our environment. That if we are not over dependent on importation, we don't have really too much thing to worry about. The real worry here is because there's so much dependence on what is happening on the outside. So we depend on the outside to get rice, we depend on the outside to get egg, we depend on the outside to get wheat, we depend on the outside to get corn, and all these things are what dollars are used for. Ordinarily, what do we need dollar for? If 60% or 70% of the things that we need, we can produce locally, just as China is doing. So these are the things. We won't need too much of resource. But unfortunately, even the things that we can produce, we are still buying. And I think that's where government really needs to work hard to see how we can work on our economy, that the things that we can produce, we don't buy.
Well, just to take a closer look at some of the things that we even import. Yes, over the years we've seen in recent times a saw in the importation of cars and automobiles. At some point that had dropped. It felt like, oh, a lot of people weren't buying cars again, and suddenly that went up because, probably people felt the need to have more cars on the road. And I'm wondering who are buying these cars. But that's on a lighter note. We tend to import more from China, household items, consumables, and yes, you've talked about the need for us to look inward as to what to produce. Do you think putting the cap as to what we import from these countries can help our cause in trying to manage, expenses in dollars? Just like in recent years, we've seen people have paid more for on import duties for vehicles and all that. So do you think placing or putting more charges on things that come from those countries would, help the cause?
Yeah, but just take a simple common sense look at it. If you go to an average supermarket today, a small size bottle cashew nut like this sell for 7,500, depending on where you're buying it.
Yeah.
In some places it's 10,000. And these cashew are taken from our backyard here, shipped to Vietnam, processed in Vietnam, and brought back to us. Now, when you look at the two-way logistics added to the price, you find that we are paying through our nose. And the question is, what is the real technology that is involved in processing just cashew nuts? It's like frying granules. So, what you see is that we take raw things off this place. It's processed somewhere in China, then it's brought back to us. We saw here the other day when somebody was showing us what's happening in Taraba, in Nasarawa, in Zamfara, where you see Chinese using our children to extract lithium from the ground for the EV factories in China.
So we're encouraging export.
Yeah,
but then how can we discourage import?
Yeah, what we need to do is the fact that yes, that is not even export because we're shipping this thing and it little value is added
Because it's not processed.
So what we say, they say, oh yes, we have it here. You don't need to take it out, process it here. So what that means is great job for you. Okay. So the exchange is done in Naira. And we don't need any exchange. Yes, we accept that you bring in your money, come and trade here. You trade here. You sell in our currency. So you can finish the production here and ship to other part of the world. And we benefit from the export. So we have the advantage of having our people employed and they are paid well because the job is done legally. And then you also have the advantage of the fact that you are going to have export earners because these goods and services are shipped outside and returns are coming on it. So that's where it leaves us.
So who's to blame and who will bail the cat?
Yeah, and I think it's those who are at our bureaucracy that really needs to be blamed because, those who are making the laws and the rules regarding how we should trade are those in the Ministry of Trade and Commerce who must understand these dynamics that, look, when we're entering into agreement or partnership with other countries of the world, it's not just because we are hungry and then we must take these raw things and ship them and then come back again and it's imported back to us. we must be able to get into strategic agreements with other nations of the world to say, okay, if you're taking anything out of our country, please ensure that value is added before it's taken out.
On a final note, we began with the U.S. and this whole conversation has been about the de-dollarization and the de-dollarization move of the BRICS alliance, the impact on the U.S. dollar. So sometime in 1995, the U.S. dollar did see some issues like this, though it wasn't occasioned by the BRICS, but its dollar reserve actually fell below 60% in 1995, and after that the US was able to build it to what it's been over the years. Though the factors are different now with the BRICS coming in, making it a total ball game, a different ball game. But do you see the US being able to revive the place of the dollar in the global economy?
Well, when you look at the scenario in 1995, you cannot take it away from the new warfare that was facing the world after the 1991 attack on the Twin Tower in America. Security architecture of the America needed to change, and so there was a whole lot of spending to ensure that the American is secured against the acts of terrorism. So you can understand what was responsible for that fall in terms of reserve. But really, outside BRICS, really, my own viewpoint, and that's my perspective really, that what's happening to the Americans is more at home than on the outside. You know, I read a tweet yesterday on Elon Musk's X handle where he was saying that, look, if the Republican loses this election, then America is on a spiral down, because that would really mean another 8 years or 4 years of hell. That's the way he puts it. I don't want to sound partisan in terms of where he belongs, in terms of that race, but it's to look at the objectivity and the value and the figure that is in out there, that a lot of people are shipping into your country, and they are not just really. A lot of companies are moribund. All your car factories are almost idle, and nothing is happening. And because the world has found alternative, it's a huge concern. And it's not just in America. The other day, I was driving down to through Ontario, and I was looking at the car factory, and somebody was saying to me, see, in those days, all of these places used to be full of cars.
Of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the SOUQ Exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into Mile Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
To SOUQ News Television. It's early exchange on a beautiful Tuesday morning such as this. And of course, My name is Temple Bar. Welcome to the second half of the show. I do have my partner in progress and, of course, policy making in the studio. Uh, now you're the one smiling.
I just smiled. I wasn't blushing.
With me in the studio, and we do have in the studio, of course, a development expert, someone who is an international analyst in conversations such as the African Development Bank providing trade facility for the Bank of Africa in Morocco. And basically, the idea is to increase transborder trade in Africa and to develop the economy of Africa. Let me let you know that we do have in the studio Mr. Sam Roger. I'm struggling with the pronunciation. Roger. Glad to have you on the program this morning. Glad to have you. Okay, so the AFDB for some time now has been putting their mouth where they're putting their money where the mouth is, and that is the continent of Africa. The whole idea is to develop Africa. And Mr. Sam, the last time we had you on this program, we're talking about the African Development Bank.
We're talking about the 60th anniversary.
Yes, yes. And so this trade facility for Morocco, but then first and foremost, let's get back to, some of the key challenges facing trade within Africa. Let's start from there to build this conversation. What would you say are some of the challenges, facing trade in Africa?
Number one is trade finance, which the African Development Bank is trying to address. With this facility, it's just extended to the Bank of Africa, with its headquarters in Morocco. It has over 20 branch network within Africa, and it operates in over 32 countries. So the idea of this facility is to expand the scope of intra-African trade with a view to providing some credit facility to enhance trade within Africa first and foremost, and improve on the volume and the level of credit that can be extended to those who are involved in trade. And the African Development Bank, within the strategic framework of 2063, trade finance is one of the core elements of its mandate. And the board of directors just approved this loan with a view to improving intra-African trade, particularly from the perspective of the African Free Trade Agreement that has been in place since 2021, to see how African can trade among themselves. So the challenge, number one, is finance, to extend trade facilities to small and medium enterprises in particular.
Now, the aim of this is actually to strengthen countries' diversification of production and competitiveness, while also raising additional tax revenues and create new job opportunities. But let's go to strengthen countries' diversification of production and competitiveness. We know that the SMEs are the engine room of every economy. What would this do to the economies of Africa when SMEs have funds to support production? In Nigeria recently, manufacturers have been groaning because of the inflation rate. What would this do to a country like Nigeria?
I think with this facility, with the African Bank, what do you call it again? Yes, no, that's the lender. The lender.
African Development Bank.
That's the lender. Then those who are going to disperse the facility. That's
Bank of
Africa. Number one, in terms of small and medium enterprise, in terms of production and competitiveness, funding will be made available. Therefore, some of these small and medium enterprises are able to scale up their production capacity, their ability to export across Africa. So that's the major element in terms of this finance. And mind you, the projection of the African Development Bank and that of the Bank of Africa, once in the next 3 to 4 years, this 70 million euro will grow to a level of about 300 and something million euro. So when you're able to scale up capacity, then you're able to energize and reflate the economy and becomes more beneficial in terms of economic growth and development across Africa.
So yes, we've been talking about SMEs, as the engine room, but then we also have integral issues, basic issues that have affected the growth of small and medium enterprises. And despite the efforts over the years by the African Development Bank, we've still seen that sector, stalled. What can be done to improve or to drive, the small and medium enterprises? Because if that's where we stand to benefit from, like the trade facility, that it be directed towards improving that sector, so we have more people, having funds to, grow businesses.
I don't think small and medium enterprise in Africa are stalling. There's been a remarkable improvement, particularly from the point of view where there are support, particularly credit support from development banks. But mind you, that's not to say all is well, but then we can expand the scope on facilities so that they can do well. But another major impediment to small and medium enterprise in Africa in particular is lack of collaboration among small and medium enterprise in terms of collaborating to assess credit facility as a group, taking a common insurance scheme, looking at product development across various sectors. So those are some of the impediments. But in terms of finances, there have been remarkable improvement. Even in terms of exporting your commodities within Africa, you can be paid in your local currency. And I think the idea of some of these banks, particularly Development Bank, is to scale up this process so that we can energize our sector with a view to improving on the economic prosperity for Africa.
Now, if we look at competitiveness of SMEs in Africa, there are some factors that challenge that. Some of them is the importation of many products that this SMEs are also producing. There seems to be a strong competition within locally manufactured goods and foreign made goods. With this facility, would that change the narrative, or there are other things that should be done in addition to trade facility?
I think the concept of protectionism in international trade comes to mind readily in this conversation. For you to be able to scale up small and medium enterprises, you need to protect those industry within Africa. So at the continental level, we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, countries within Africa must find a way to protect their industry so that small and medium enterprise can thrive. Once you allow a lot of dumping to happen in Africa, then the growth of small and medium enterprise become a major challenge. Furthermore, we can find a way to see how, even as citizens continentally, to see how we consume made in African product so that you can scale up the activities and you can grow that sector. So on the one hand, a policy framework in a sustainable manner will protect those industry. Then even as a collective, as a people in Africa, we must consume what we produce. And we can just take a lesson from India that has a policy framework in place. Make in Indian good has become a very strategic framework for people to consume what is made, and you encourage some other people to come and invest in the country. That will scale up. So this facility, to a very large extent, will grow that sector.
So it's still going back to the facility by the AFDB. Is it possible that it's going to bring about an integration in the economies of Africa?
That's the essence. When you talk about intra-African trade, that will improve on the development of Africa. So if we are able to scale up trade facilitation, trade services across various countries in Africa, that will improve on development. So once you're able to trade freely, then there's more economic prosperity, there's more money changing hand. Then in terms of product development and product standardization, it will improve over a period of time.
Just to add, some of the recent political developments and upheavals we've experienced in Africa, especially in the West African sub-region, as a result of coups and military interventions, you don't think that's going to have any negative impact on, trade agreements?
Countries will try, in spite of political tension, all over the world, you have one form of tension or the other. So what is important is the managers of those resources, and when those resources are deployed appropriately to what they are meant for, then I don't think those tension will tangentially affect development. There are always tension. So there's a point of equilibrium in the international arena where, in spite of those tension, things will constantly move. Look at the Gulf states that we spoke about yesterday, and the Middle East tension. The IMF is promising that things will look good in spite of the challenge in that.
Are those not speculations? Like, would you really take the word for? I mean, you're seeing the aggressions and all of the issues going on in the Middle East. That
it's just speculation. Some of those data-driven reports on rating agencies speaks to the fact that there are greater opportunities and the economy will grow by 4.4% between now and next year. So if you look at data and those data are reliable data, then I don't think there's any problem with that.
So Africa is said to face significant trade finance gap, estimated to be up to 71 billion euros. This plan or this trade facility that the AFDB is giving to Africa through the Bank of Africa is expected to catalyze a 300 million euro economy over 3.5 years. So if Africa is estimated to have trade finance gap of up to 71 billion euros, that seems a long way to go. And if in 3.5 years, it's this 70 million euros can help catalyze a 300 million euros economy. What more needs to be done to ensure that over time, that 71 billion euros trade finance gap is bridged? This seems to be like maybe a bucket in a very big pool.
I don't think so, in my view. If you disaggregate the figure that I just mentioned, that's slightly a quarter of €1 billion. So if somebody is going to provide almost something that will bring us to speed in 3 to 4 years, mind you, it's not only the African Development Bank that has initiative for trade financing. There are other financial institutions. The African Export-Import Bank is there providing some incentive in this area. So if we aggregate some of these development banks and some other banks that operate within that ecosystem, I'm sure that gap within the next 5 years we'll be able to bridge that gap. But mind you,
isn't that over ambitious? From a 300 million euros in trade over 3.5 years to actually closing a gap of 71 million.
This is just one
euros.
sector. Let's be clear in our mind that the African Development Bank is among other banks, development banks, that are responsible for trade financing, extending trade credit. So you have the African Import-Export Bank that plays in that sector. Then you have other development banks who play in that sector. So if we aggregate some credit facilities for trade in that area, then this gap that we talk about over time will be cleaned out. So it's not to say there are no challenges, but if the rich sectors continually lend to those who are into trade financing or trade, then that gap can be closed. So let's have a feeling that some other bank will take initiative from what the African Development Bank has done, extending a reasonable credit to the Bank of Africa, domicile in Europe. And mind you, that bank is operating in about 20 African countries. And if these loans are disbursed appropriately, I'm sure that will scale up trade, particularly within the premise of small and medium enterprise.
Let's look at the role of microfinance banks within countries in closing this gap. They are the closest to SMEs than even the commercial banks.
No, they are playing their role, and they lend to those who approach them for lending. So a lot of those businesses depend on even the microfinance bank. So I can tell you for a fact that if not for the microfinance institutions, some of those businesses that play in that sector will have had a major challenge in coping with production and staying competitive wherever they play in that industry. So they play their role, but the gaps will always be there. And mind you, a lending institution has to safeguard those funds. So it's not just that
they give you money.
Yeah, you must give the money. They must secure those money because those monies are deposits from people, and deposits are supposed to be paid on demand for those who have deposited those money. So there are gaps. So they must do their credit due diligence. They are supported by credit bureau who provide some written and some due diligence on the background, so that when you put your money in that space, those money don't just go down the drain.
So
and some banks...
Wouldn't you say there's some stringent, the measures that have been put in place are a little bit stringent?
No, you must put some mechanism in place to safeguard your money. So once you meet all those requirements, the bank has a desk that supports you in terms of how you manage those loan portfolio. So if there's a run on some of these lending institutions, every other person will be affected as well. So you must strike a balance between the lender and the borrower. So once there's a mismatch, they say in credit, there's a problem and you have a run on the banks. And that's what happened in the early 90s and some early part of 2000, where Soludo has to recapitalize the bank. And there's a process to recapitalize the banks so that we don't have challenges in terms of liquidity and some other things that you need to thrive on as a nation.
Now, it's one thing to have access to trade finance. It's another thing to look at the cost of that trade finance. Isn't that a challenge as well to the SMEs?
I think the cost at which the Bank of Africa is taking this credit from the African Development Bank, the digits are very low.
I'm directing this to the microfinance institution, looking at the cost of fund or the interest rate that applies when loans are given. If we're looking at closing this gap in addition to what the AFDB is doing.
No, I understand that you cannot operate beyond the regulatory framework. So if you go to the market, you take a cost of fund that is relatively high. Therefore, you borrow at that rate. Then you look at all the elements in terms of interest rate, your cost of production, your operating expense. At the end of the day, it's the consumer or the customer that suffer where this cost element are transferred into the product. And that's why you're talking about a high rate of inflation, because the cost of goods and services have gone up based on the cost of production. So it's the responsibility of government in terms of monetary policy and fiscal policy to see how they can strike a balance so that we can lend minimally at a low interest rate, particularly a single-digit interest rate, so that once you're able to lend to the productive sector, particularly small and medium enterprise, then the cost of production, once that is managed reasonably well, then the high cost of goods will probably be given to the customer at a reasonable low price.
So trade financing would lead to increased trade. That's a given.
Yes, it is.
Now, could you speak to some of the potentials, some of the benefits of increased trade, you know, in Africa, and of course the development of Africa, the
Number one,
economy of
yes,
Africa,
number
and
one,
the development
to enhance productivity. And once there's productivity in a given economy, that will translate to the gross domestic product, and that will improve on the economic prosperity of citizens. So, therefore, you have economic growth and development as the element that come from the improvement in trade.
So this partnership between the African Development Bank and the Bank of Africa, for some, it's news that there's actually a Bank of Africa domiciled in Morocco. What do you see this partnership producing? And should it be like this for more projects? There have been other projects by the AFDB where it goes through an agency of government, but this time, because it's trade finance, is going through the Bank of Africa. Now, for some other projects or investment support that the AFDB wants to offer, should it go this way too, using the Bank of Africa as sort of the middleman in this?
No, it's the Bank of Africa had approached the African Development Bank to extend credit facility to enhance its trade financing. So that's just one of the core elements beyond consumer banking, loans and deposit. There's a desk for trade finance. So they want to improve on the sum aggregate or the aggregate of what they lend to trade in Africa. So there are other service providers. The African Import-Export Bank that I mentioned earlier has equally given some trade facility. Even the Dangote refinery in Nigeria got a lot of financing, trade financing from the African Import-Export Bank and some other development bank. So this is just in the news as a major component of the recent decision by the African Development Bank, credit that was just approved, 70 million euro to the Bank of Africa to enhance its trade financing, particularly in 20 countries within Africa. And like I mentioned earlier, they have operation in about 32 countries across the world. So that will improve. So if you look at the segment or the ratio of what comes into the branch network within Africa, and they're able to finance intra-African trade and take advantage of the African Free Trade Agreement, then that will scale up trade in Africa.
You said something about microfinance banks that I would want to relate to, the Bank of Africa headquartered in Morocco. You talked about, monitoring some of the facilities and loans that have been given to SMEs, to ensure that they're used judiciously and to recoup as soon as possible when asked. Now, there's also that issue on a larger scale. It's not enough that the AFDB has released funds. But how can the Bank of Africa efficiently and effectively, deploy these monies to the economies that are needed, and of course, to ensure that the idea of even getting these trade facilities put into use? What are the measures that need to be put in place?
The African Development Bank has what I might call a watertight mechanism in terms of recovery of loan, securitization of those facilities. They don't lend to people where they cannot get their money. So the ratio of what you might call doubtful loans or facility is almost near zero. So there's an ecosystem that supports the evaluation, and there are desk officers that are responsible within those banks that see that these loans go into the appropriate sector. And if you look at the balance sheets of the African Development Bank over the last 10 years, the asset and liabilities have always been in good shape. So in that regard, therefore, in terms of using those loans appropriately and getting those loan backs into the African Development Bank, it's almost watertight. But if you look at it from the point of view of other lending institutions, the framework might be different from the approach of the development bank.
So if you look at this facility, it comprises of a risk participation agreement, which means that the Bank of Africa will also share risk with the AFDB, and it is also a trade finance line of credit, which will make it possible for other international businesses to benefit from this. How do you see this agreement? Do you think it was properly thought, and the way it's shared, that some other SMEs get to benefit from the huge chunk of it, but other businesses also get to pick from it?
One of the principles of credit management or credit risk is to be able to share your risk across various layers. So when you share risk, then you minimize the risk that you will bear as a single institution. So that is part of credit management or credit administration. So that is in line with a credit framework, even whether it's commercial banking, whether it's microfinance, whether it's fintech. So those elements are critical in terms of safeguarding the fund in its first instance. Then part of that credit, beyond just favorable to African countries, there are other international institutions that we provide trade finance in terms of import into Africa. So you must find a way to balance the lending regime so that you can secure that loan.
Well, the African Development Bank, 70 million euros made available to the Bank of Africa to improve trade. I mean, that's what the trade facility is about. And I dare say they've been saving Africa since the 1960s. At this point in time, do you see Africa actually developing? I mean, with all of the facilities put out, and it just feels like it's time for us to shine. Countries need to take advantage of the moment and, start trading amongst ourselves, improve the currency, which in turn will improve the economy.
Oh, yes. So the AFDB, kudos to the AFDB for what they're doing. I also believe that individual countries have their roles to play in terms of having policies and implementing policies that will provide support to the businesses. It is one thing for them to have trade finance, is another for the policy not to choke the businesses, because the government will gain more when the businesses thrive in terms of tax and revenue that it will get from the businesses. So if the environment is favorable for business, there is political stability, which some African countries are challenged with. And all of this happen, this political stability, the economy, there are no policies that stifle businesses. And that's there's protection given to local industries. They are not playing at expense, or business is not happening at expense of local business. We understand that there's competition. So for the businesses to compete favorably, they should have some form of protection. Here in Nigeria, we see buy made in Nigeria. But if the market is flooded for almost every product with foreign made goods, some that are even substandard, it poses a problem for the local manufacturers who have secured funds, some at a very high cost. So all of this needs to happen for Africa to reap the gains. Sometimes when you hear about the interventions of the AFDB and other banks, you wonder and then you look like, okay, by now we should have seen Africa at a certain level. But of course, it is not left only for the financial institutions, government, and the people to have a role to play.
Well, the AFDB continues to partner with states and countries in Africa in various sectors, and the latest of which is a partnership with the Egyptian Industries and the Chamber of Food and Industries, where they hosted an exclusive food industries investment forum in Cairo just yesterday, with the team collaborating for business development, which brought together top 30 and 35 Egyptian food producing companies. And I feel like that's the kind of collaboration we're looking forward to. And it's important that even Nigeria can take advantage of some of these strategic partnerships to see if we can, have an all-round development. We have the oil producing sector thriving, but then what about manufacturing?
The oil producing sector is really thriving. Well, that's argument for another day.
Subject to argument, but then thriving in the sense that that's the money spinning industry. That's where revenues generated the most, and it's imperative we start looking at other sectors. There's been a huge call for diversification of the economy, and I mean we cannot overemphasize on that anymore.
And one thing we cannot overdo is to sit here longer than this, because we're already out of time. We thank our analyst, Sam Muruji, who is a public and international affairs analyst looking into the interventions, contribution of the African Development Bank to ensure the trade is facilitated and promoted across Africa. We thank you too for finding time to watch. You can do more by leaving a comment, sharing, so others who did not get a chance to watch the show can do so. I am Blessing AJ. Follow us on social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, just to lend a voice to that, on behalf of everyone who has ensured that you can receive our scripts loud and clear, thank you so much for joining us. Later on will be Market Inside. My name is Temple Barra. Bye for now.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He fathered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking, They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa, Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Well, I'm Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up on Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to 2 commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the 2 commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian, Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Badejo, Demola Badejo was the secretary. I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoyoko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoyoko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, savor the breeze, eat fruits, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted then. Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be easy and then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria, ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lowerden Street. She was working at Lut as a nurse then. And this man went to, she thought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th, 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal, was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great-grandmother. And she was left to take care of that place, but she was a West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on. And his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court. And she won that case, went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Morocco, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner of Morocco. Morocco was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. She had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimoyi. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali. And he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim Raimi was the first chief imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the baile of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with 9 posts. Then, before I went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olai Aksemoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mandela. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that as usual, people say no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to they have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they throw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Morocco environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Morocco. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. and there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, that the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family, and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. You could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. The initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police, and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel, and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager, because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? And who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls the said government? Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of armed robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? So He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy will see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, but you 2, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried now. You gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was, I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo. And yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of, is late now, the Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember, I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military that if anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I too, I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or her siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Afatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, Obi Anoba, Obi Bale, do you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in Okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves Otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, he said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person who said has built this. He's the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, we should be focused upon. Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they'll come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that you should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
Right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, I have series of experiences over that, but don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend Tokunbo Ontoba was the one covering the Don Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of showing us more then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with Shodun Oshoemo. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let Shodun Oshoemo become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifu became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokunbo, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokunbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokunbo? What has become of Tokunbo? I said, they have not started Tokunbo. Tokunbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to him. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier. and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
A terrific Tuesday morning to you and yours. Welcome again to Market Insight on SOUQ News Television. Today, October the 8th, 2024. I am David Chiedu. What's more can I tell you at this moment than, of course, we're jumping straight into the conversation with regards to issues that concern the market and by extension concern you and I. Think about a nation such as Nigeria that is blessed with a plethora of livestock and what we have been doing with it so far. It's pretty curious, considering the fact that we still aren't part of the world's top 5 as far as exporting and exporting and producing is concerned. But of course, we're going to take a look at that and more, seeing as we've just gotten a $500 million loan facility from the World Bank to, take care, if I should use that term, of our livestock industry. So the industry, as you were, in Nigeria plays a very vital role in the country's economy in terms of employment and food security. Now, Nigeria is a significant producer of livestock with a total population of over 20 million heads of cattle, 130 million sheep, and 100 million goats. Now, the industry is primarily driven by small-scale farmers and pastoralists. Major products of this particular sector include beef, milk, cheese, and hides, which we use for our clothing as you wear, or other accessories, which are consumed domestically and also exported to other African countries. Now, to boost production in this particular sector, as I mentioned not long ago, Nigeria has gotten a $500 million loan facility from the World Bank that also supports commercialization and resilience. Now, the project, tagged the Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project, runs from 2022 to 2028. Now, this particular fund is being deployed to improve various aspects of the livestock value chain. Now, to discuss how this particular project would affect us as a people and the country's economy at large, today we're being joined on the program by Mr. Ilya Umar. He's the CEO and the MD, Ilmar Integrated Services, a livestock production and breeding service and general livestock consultancy. Mr. Umar, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. David. I'm very...
Right. And also joining us this morning is Mr. Emmanuel Abusan. He's the CEO, Tremor Agro Services Limited, and the Executive Director, Pan-African Institute of Agribusiness Management. Good morning, Mr. Abusan. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, David, and it's always nice to be here. Thank you.
Now, we're going to start with you, Mr. Ilya Umar. Let's get your thoughts on this particular development. Mr. Umar, you are an animal farmer, so to speak, or a pastoralist, as the case may be, because your firm offers services in that regard. So we're getting a huge sum from the World Bank to, boost the activities of our livestock sector. So, Mr. Umar, let's get your thoughts. What do you make of this development?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. David, once again. It's very fortunate enough that I happen to be one of the first persons from one of these states that were selected for this implementing this project of Health Press, as the Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project. It's a very welcoming development, of which I know part of the objective of this project is improvement of our livestock productivity, commercialization, and resilience of the targeted value chains, which include the cattle, the sheep and goats, the poultry, the pigs, of which Nigeria as a whole, is a country where we are blessed. And one of the Nigerians' comparative advantages lies in the livestock sector. So I think by these developments we just got from the World Bank, it's going to be a very fast track, a booster to the livestock industry.
Abuson. If you can hear me, let's come to you for your own thoughts with regards to, what we're doing with this. Now, the sector, the livestock, beg your pardon, sector is a very, very important one as far as, the economy is concerned. That's where we get our meat from, our dairy, and as I mentioned earlier, leather for all sorts of accessories and all of that, things we even wear, as the case may be. Now, what are your thoughts on the immediate impacts on the economy and by extension, the contribution to the wider economy in terms of growth and, development?
A big challenge for farmers, live breeders, and all of that still boils down to financing. Now, this is a breakthrough for farmers. The funding is now being made available. So we have funding now that farmers can be able to access, then also to scale up production. And coupled with the fact that recently we have been having a level of inflation, access to credit from commercial banks when it comes to interest, the interest rate is becoming alarming. So now this fund it's available to boost the production. And when production is being boosted, then we can talk about having benefit in terms of the output, because now we have funding that can fund the input. Now output can now be assured. So we now have assurance that yes, there's money for us to go there's money for us to go into production. If this funding is being utilized effectively, we'll be able to have it's a massive scale of production. And then when there's scale of production, we can now start looking at addressing the shortage we have. Then we talk about importation, because why we have importation is we have a high level of importation is because we have low production, and the infrastructure, we have poor infrastructure. We have many challenges that which most of us know, that from infrastructure down to credit system to insecurity, headers and farmers crisis and all of that. So when there's funding to address this, because funding is a very major game changer in this industry. So since there's funding to address these challenges, we can now start having assurance of production. When we have production, we can now start addressing food insecurity, and then also other value chains that livestock addresses, like leather for making our shoes, our belts, our bags. We have dairy products. So we can now start talking about children feed. Feed in the market currently it's very expensive, but until we start mass producing until our demand can outweigh our supply, we cannot be talking about reduction in terms of cost, in terms of pricing in the market. So I think this is for me, it's a good is a progress in the right direction, if it will be utilized properly. So this LPRES program, for me, it's a progress in the right direction. If it's effective, my emphasis is on effective use of funds.
Now, I'm going to stay on that thought of yours, the effective use of the funds, or the optimal use of the funds, as the case may be. Now, animal husbandry and advisory support services, as well as animal health services, were part of what this particular fund, supposed to take care of, as the case may be. As a matter of fact, each, has an allocation of $40 million. Now, regarding this, is there a way to do it better? Now, you said that the effective use of it is concerned, and that's where I'm going with this. It's one thing for funds to be allocated, is another thing for the funds allocated to be able to adequately and effectively solve the problem or problems for which they were allocated for to start with. Now, I say that considering how poorly run our husbandry activities in this part of the world has been. What's your take on this?
All right. So I quickly want to point out two things. When we create institutions in Nigeria, these institutions are meant to address most of these challenges that we confront as a nation, are confronting as a nation. So the institutions such as the funding institutions like the Bank of Agriculture. Bank of Agriculture is still quite underfunded. Bank of Agriculture is not highly digitized to address loan that is loan repayment, the sustainability of this loan, and all of that. These functionalities. Then again, we also look at too many replica of activities. Bank of Industry is giving loans to Bank of Industry is doing the job Bank of Agriculture is meant to do. Then we also have NISA. NISA is also there, giving loan. That now NISA even have a microfinancing bank, and there is Bank of Agriculture. Now we need to start funding the institutions that we have created to serve the people, that cuts, first of all, that bridge the linkages between farmers and the financial institutions. That is one. Then number two, for us to be able to have the effectiveness of this, we also still come down to the use of data. Our data collection in Nigeria is still very, very poor. So we need to address the issue of data. Now, then associations. We have National Associations of Sheep and Goat Development of Nigeria. We have Association of Poultry Farmers. We have Association of Cattle Rearers. We have the Métis Allah groups. All these commodities, all these livestock, they have their associations fully registered with the Ministry of Trade, Investment, and Industry as their umbrella. Now, these associations need to be strengthened. One, capacity building. For them to be able to effectively harmonize the data of their members, not just going to do, how will I put it, rush hour jobs. Because there's funding now, there's $500 million now. Wow, there's funding for organizations. Let's start putting ourselves together. Let's start putting names of families and brothers and all of that, for us not to have effective data collection. Now, if our data is correct, it directs the flow of how we make accurate budgeting. At least we reduce assumptions, we reduce presumptions, and budget correctly for effective use of this funding. So these associations, we need a bit of human capacity building for the executives, then also for their members. That is one. Then number two, how to fund these organizations effectively, not just as individuals, but as clusters, as members of these organizations, each of them guaranteeing themselves, because this is loan, it's not grant. So we're not coming to a point where we're giving them loan that they're not going to repay back. These loans are going to be repaid back. So they need a bit of financial literacy too. Financial literacy need to be put involved. Then high use of technology. Our farmers are still low. Their acceptance, them accepting technology is still very poor. It's still very poor. So we need to put that together. Now, also, we now have extension service workers. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture has a Federal Department of Extension Service, which need to be integrated, need to be harmonized to work together. We need to do a whole lot of cross-sector collaborations. One of the challenges of livestock farmers have, just like crop production farmers, is also issues of climate change. When you have low rainfall, especially for breeders, for cattle, so we need to integrate these sectors together that give us that give us good weather forecasts, which is NIMET. Farmers have to now draw a plan on how to make this work. When you look at this $500 million, a part of the budget also funding goes into pasture farm, which is the food now for food for livestock, the food for livestock to mitigate the risk between the farmers and the headers. So when we go into food production for animal food production, which is also a value chain in agriculture that still need to be invested into, we're going to have less cattle roaming around the street, roaming around farms, bringing insecurity. Where let me also put either political undertone or something. When we have addressed the infrastructure and structures that enables livestock farming to go effectively well, like we have in other countries. We have it in Rwanda, we have it in New Zealand, where there's ranch. A cattle rearer uses ranch to rear their cattle, not roaming around the street. We will be able to address a bit of insecurity, and this structure will enable us to know that yes, the funding being injected into this is actually addressing what it ought to address.
Interesting points you've raised, especially where you talked about the harmonization of some of these organizations or these associations as well, or as it were. And I'm going to come to you, Ilya. He's talked about, as Emmanuel has talked about, a number of things. I can't particularly enumerate all of them, but just the salient points he raised are these organizations. I'm going to ask you, seeing as you play in that sector, and somewhat closer, if you like, to some of these organizations, given the nature of your discipline, as it were. What role would you say that they have contributed, the likes of MACBAN and the rest of them? What role would you say that they have played, rather, as opposed to contributed, with regards to, the effectiveness, if you like, or the seamless activities of the value chain?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think one of the roles these organizations play is creating awareness to the target farmers, especially the farmers. If you look at, just like you mentioned, the McBan, I know there was a time they run a program of awareness, creating awareness to farmers, especially the herdsmen, concerning securing loans to banks. For a typical farmer, maybe let me say a Fulani, his thought is that whenever he goes to the bank, he can't secure loans, and they find it very difficult to organize themselves as a cooperative. So I think McBan played a role in organizing them, creating awareness for them to form cooperatives, because whenever a bank wants to give out loans, one of the first criteria is you must have a cooperative. Whereas some of our farmers don't even know these cooperatives exist. They don't even know how to form the cooperative. So they created that awareness for farmers to form cooperatives. And by statistics, I tell you, 15 years back to date, if you go around, you have numerous number of cooperatives of farmers, of which through that some do secure loans easily from all these loan institutions. And secondly is the market. They also create market for the farmers, easy market for the farmers, because let me say for the poultry farmers, some of them, their own marketing is just within locality. But by attaching themselves to an organization or a cooperative or an association, they can easily have connection to a marketer or an off-taker who, let's say, for example, a farmer is in Kano State. He is used to Kano State as just his locality, selling his poultry within Kano State. But by joining this association, he will have an advantage of linking up to an off-taker who is living in Port Harcourt. And maybe the off-taker in Port Harcourt has more capacity of taking his poultry beds more than the off-taker he has in Kano. So I think these two basic roles, these organizations play to the farmers.
Back to you, Emmanuel. Earlier also you mentioned farmers had a crisis, which we're going to get to in a minute. But some experts have clamored for the enhancement of the livestock value chain. As a matter of fact, as far as these facilities or this particular $500 million facility is concerned, it also has its own allocation, about $275 million. Now, what does this mean for stakeholders and their concerns in the sector with regards to, the overall product deliverable or product output, as you were, deliverables and profitability? Stakeholders clamoring for the, overhauling, if you like, or the enhancement of livestock value chain activities, which I also mentioned. There is a $275 million allocation from this particular $500 million facility. In your view, as a stakeholder, what does it mean for stakeholders like yourself in the sector and their concerns with regards to the end product, of their activities and or the overall deliverables and profitability in the sector?
All right. So there's a lot of gap in the value chain, especially for livestock. Now, from a cow, sheep and goat, poultry, and all of that. Now, the reason why we're having this is because we are eating our naira, especially the skin, which we call pomo in Nigeria. So when we have infrastructure that translates this skin to other finished products, it's going to be a very good one. And what do we need? We need industries. We need industries that can convert these things to raw material. Like, these are raw materials that can be processed into primary or finished products. In Rwanda, there's a particular time in Rwanda that eating cow skin is a crime. You can't eat pomo in Rwanda. You eat the beef. So when they skin it out, so they know that, yes, this is hide and skin for profit. So we need to stop eating our naira. We need to stop consuming. We are consuming our naira, we are consuming everything, we are consuming capital, we are consuming profit. It's just like Nigerians are like, sorry, let me not say Nigerians. Some of us are like a startup that eats both capital, profit, and everything, just like that. So for the money that has been injected into the agricultural value chain, we need to look at the value chain we want to be known with. Is it skin? Is it hide and skin? Then we develop this particular area to a point we become known with it. There was a particular time we were known with cotton, the Ariwa cotton in Nigeria. Nigerians were known with cotton, but we did not develop our textile industry to the point that it can address our clothing issues. So we started importing clothes wrappers like Hollandia, Hollandis, and all of that, forgetting about our own homemade products. Even today, even at the automobile industry, we are still having issues at, okay, ours is more expensive, ours is cheaper, ours is not good, theirs is better, and all of that, especially when it comes to quality and all of that, quality assurance and all. So we need to now sit down as stakeholders. Which of this sector do we want to develop? If we want to do everything at the same time, we might end up doing nothing. Where do we want to? Let's map out areas we want to develop. If it's for the skin, hide and skin, let's develop that area. Do we not want to be known for the higher exporter? Want to be taking the lead in exporting beef? Let's get to know that. In poultry, do you want to be known for this? Let's develop the value chain. Now, there's a value chain where we have not dealt with so much yet in Nigeria, which has to do with the food meal for these animals, especially cattle. When you are farming mulatto seed, when you are farming mulatto, a grass for that cows consume, it is even more profiting than rice farm. What you make from a mulatto 1 hectare, it's like times 4, 5 of what you make from rice farm. But this is an area that many of us have not explored yet. So the value chain in livestock is wide. Is wide. We just need to start looking at it as stakeholders. Where do we want to major into? What is our focus? What do we want to achieve? Then we invest there heavily, and this investment must be done properly. we have the Bank of Industry to come in, we have the Development Bank of Nigeria, then we have the Bank of Agriculture. This loan is already there. It has to be structured to the fact that beneficiaries should not struggle to have access to these loans, because funding like this, the good part of it is it is affordable.
Okay, I think we may have gotten a little glitch there, technical glitch there. We're going to get Emmanuel back on to continue his thoughts. You're still watching Market Insight, by the way, and this is SOUQ News Television. And Emmanuel just said something right now, which I'm thinking you may be scratching your head and wondering, I mean, if we went on ahead to start processing every part of livestock, well, particularly cattle and the other ruminants, that we might have it difficult to eat our favored pomo, as the case may be. And you're wondering, what if I don't have pomo in my ewedu, or I don't have pomo in my, in my eforiro and the rest of them? Is it going to be complete? Because in most cases, when you have the regular beef, even chicken and the rest of them, it's incomplete when there is no pomo and the rest of them. So yeah, Emmanuel seems to think that we have been eating what we should be, quote and unquote, selling or converting into more profitable, commodities, as the case may be. But he does indeed raise a very, very valid point, that one. And then, of course, talks about the funding of it all, and even talks about a particular seed he calls, I think he mentioned Milato, if I'm not mistaken, if I didn't get my wires crossed when he was talking about it, saying that it is more or less uncharted waters, and very many farmers, or very many of the stakeholders in the sector, haven't particularly paid attention to it. And if we did pay attention to it, it will be the next big thing, or our next cash cow, pun intended, as it were. But we'll take a look at more of these when we come back from the break. You're still watching Market Insight, and we're talking about the livestock sector, livestock industry in the country, and how it can be boosted through the $500 million World Bank loan facility that Nigeria secured in recent time. We'll take more points as we move on with the conversation very shortly after the break. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
Let's have taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Thanks for staying tuned. You're still watching Market Insight here on SOUQ News Television, and we're talking about the country's agri sector, specifically the livestock industry, where a $500 million loan facility, courtesy of the World Bank, has been given us, and we're looking to boost that particular industry to see what contribution or how much contribution that it can make to the country's wider economy. We've been talking with two gentlemen who are stakeholders in the sector. CEO MD, Ilmar Integrated Services, Livestock Production, Breeding Services and General Livestock Consultancy, Mr. Ilya Umar, as well as the CEO, Trema Agro Services Limited, Executive Director, Pan-African Institute of Agribusiness Management, Mr. Emmanuel Abuson. Emmanuel, if you can hear me, I would have loved for you to continue your thoughts, but unfortunately we don't have that much time. So I would just have to move on from here to Ilya to get some of his thoughts as well. Now, Ilya, another part of this particular loan facility caters to crisis prevention and conflict management. We're talking about $100 million allocation from that $500 million total loan facility, as you were. So it'll cover natural resources as well and pasture management, as it were, which the latter, of course, has 70 million. Now, recently, we saw the Nigerian government, creating the Ministry of Livestock Development to address things like farmer-herder crises or farmer-herder conflict, as Emmanuel alluded to earlier. Now, this, sometimes when it does happen, it leaves a lot of carnage in its wake. How do you see all of this particular project, making an impact in this regard?
All right, Mr. David. As we all know, Nigerian livestock has been plagued over time of conflict of herdsmen and farmers clashes, inadequate infrastructures, and underutilization of economic potentials we have in the country. So I think these projects, if what Mr. Emmanuel have been making emphasis on, effective utilization, would definitely mitigate this issue of farmers herders clashes, in the sense that we already have an existing grazing reserve of which our uh, forefathers have inherited. But because this sector, the grazing reserves have been neglected, uh, it is assumed in the country that this grazing reserve doesn't exist. But I assure you, if this project will be put to action and key into make more input into the sector, definitely there will be zero or none issue of these herders and farmers clashes. Let me put it this way. Just like Mr. Emmanuel said, I've been thinking about these feed, the animal food feed, we call it feed when it comes to animal food in human this thing aspect. So this feed, especially the pasture, if, for example, a farmer is given a chance to allocate or provide maybe a 0.2 hectare of land, and through these interventions, government supports him with a very effective and improved variety of these feeds. Definitely, I don't think there will be need for a farmer to carry his animals from so place to so place. In his own locality, within his own environment, he will have enough feed raised for his number of cows or cattle or sheep or goats, the poultry, whatever. He can utilize it within his own environment and raise it without taking this. And what we have been telling people is, if you just look at it, even the animals, if you take animals from point A to point B, the feed they must have taken from point A, instead of that feed, the energy to be utilized within the animal, they will now be taken to point B. So that trekking or that journey they carry out from point A to point B, the feed they must have taken in point A must have been utilized throughout that trekking. So instead of it to be utilized for body maintenance and what have you. So in this project, like the Express, like I said earlier, I happen to be one of the resource persons of the project where they provided these farmers with training. And this thing, we're not talking about just providing them with loans, but the updated or modern way of raising their animals, modern way of doing this, because we are talking about boosting the agriculture. You can't just boost it without even keying into the modern technology of raising these animals. So I think it's very important. If the project will be very focused and be very consistent in seeing that pastures or ranches are established through giving support to all these farmers to establish their pasture, because a livestock farmer, the key of livestock farming is feed. So if you have a pasture well established, there won't be need for you to carry your animals from point A to point B. That will even take you to taking your animals into someone's territory. Thank you very much.
All right, now let's come back to you, Emmanuel. Can you hear me, Emmanuel?
Yes, sir. My apologies, please.
No worries at all. Now let's talk about what we make from the sector. It accounts for about 10% of, GDP, as you were. That's 10% of the agriculture GDP. It also serves as a primary source of employment and contributes about 36.5% of the protein consumed in Nigerian households across the board. Now, looking at where we are revenue-wise, we aren't particularly making enough, mostly because, we aren't producing as much as we consume. For example, if you look outside in most European countries, as far as last year was concerned, some of the countries with the highest, export numbers, as far as dairy is concerned, we're talking about New Zealand, just like you mentioned earlier. We're talking about Germany, we're talking about the USA and the Netherlands. In that order, as at last year, they were the highest exporters of dairy. Now, if you're talking about live animal exports, you're talking about France, Canada, the Netherlands, and Germany as well. And if you're talking about beef, you're talking about Brazil, India, and the USA as well. Now, across the board, you see that the USA is there. You see that Germany is there. You see that the Netherlands is there. So now these countries have thriving economies. And comparatively, we also have livestock, right? Particularly cattle, which, over 20 million heads, as you were, according to the Agri Ministry. Besides cattle, we have other ruminants, running around here and there that we see on the streets. Now, the question is, and in some cases, we even fight, just like Ilya has said, we even fight for where to graze these ruminants, as the case may be. Now, considering how much of these, livestock that we have, why are we not amongst the list of the top exporters as far as, first of all, the continent is concerned and the world as well is concerned, considering our poor, position, our poor stance, especially when it comes to non-oil exports? What are we not doing right, Emmanuel? Emmanuel, can you hear me?
When it comes to...
All right. I think we lost Emmanuel there. We lost the connection, rather, with Emmanuel. Ilya, you want to, weigh in on this particular one?
Yeah. From my own perspective, I think we're losing like one or two things. First thing is that actually we are so deficient in this, especially in the laptop production, deficient in the laptop production because we have not invested enough. I assure you, in a country whereby they have more of their attention in the laptop industry, have now become the best exporters of these livestock products. Just like, for example, of which I don't always want to make these references, the Botswana and Kenya, who are within the continent. Botswana happens to be the number one certified, one of the number one, if not one, but one of the number one certified exporters of beef for China and United Kingdom, if I'm not mistaken. So how do they get into where they are now? Is because they have invested heavily in this sector. And secondly, the breed of animals, the category of animals they raise. They have worked tirelessly to improve their breed of animals that provides enough milk. We're talking about in Kenya now, you have an average cow that is producing 20 liters per day on average, 20 liters per day. Whereas in Nigeria, you hardly get a cow, an indigenous cow that produces 4 liters per milk. So I think these two keywords is key points is where we're missing. The breeds we are raising, are they sufficient enough?
Okay. Thank you, Ilya. Because of time, let's quickly get some thoughts from Emmanuel before we call time on the program this morning. Emmanuel, are you there now? Can you hear me? I don't think we can hear. I don't think he can hear me still. The gremlins are really eating up the connection between us and Emmanuel. But let's also, move forward here. Ilya, I'm going to round up with you now. Let's talk about storage of some of these things. Now, I reckon that cold chain facilities are primarily, used in some cases. Now, give us a sense of what the situation is in the sector. Also, tell us a little bit about what obtains and, how these issues of storage can be addressed.
Yeah, actually, truth be told, when it comes to cold chain, especially in these laptop sector, is very poor. I can tell you, we're out in the field there. We're seeing what actually contains in the field. So it's a very, very challenging issue when it comes to cold chain. starting from the animal product processing, the storage you're talking about is a very challenging issue. But I think with proper implementation or a very well organized approach, this thing will be mitigated. Looking at the improved technology of solar powered machines and what have you we have now. So even if we're talking about the cost of maybe energy generation, okay, generating these machines, I think now we have a solar powered technology that can ease these high cost of this investment. So it's a very challenging issue, but with this approach, I think definitely we have a solution for it.
Very much, and that's where we're going to call time on the program this morning. We do appreciate you joining us, Ilya Umar, MD/CEO, Ilman Integrated Services, livestock production and consultancy or general consultancy service. Many thanks for joining us, and also thanks to Emmanuel, who, by the way, has just joined us back. Emmanuel, let's get your final thoughts on, the way forward, as he were, because you've missed out on quite the chunk of the conversation. But just in the next minute or thereabouts, particularly less, if you can, give us your final thoughts on, why we're not producing as much as we should be producing, with the comparison I made earlier, and how we can better our lot as far as this sector is concerned going forward, in very few words.
It's been raining here, so power and other alternative power supply has been very crazy. So I will say that one of the reasons why we are still very low in production compared to other countries is, one, let me use the milk from milk, one of the dairy products, milk, as an example. In Rwanda, you have milk collection centers where they collect this milk from the cattle.
All right, and on that note, we will call it a day on the program this morning. Many thanks for joining us. We've been talking about Nigeria's $500 million loan facility, courtesy of the World Bank. Now, this is intended to, question is split into, tiny portions to take care of specific aspects of the livestock industry, to boost production and enhance resilience within the next couple of years. How that pans out is left to be seen. But of course, across the board, and amongst stakeholders, the common concern is the lack of attention to feed. Essentially, the former drives the latter, being, the survival, so to speak, of the livestock sector, or the growth, if you like, of the livestock sector. And that's indeed a very pertinent issue for the authorities to take note of. And again, as I mentioned, it's one thing for the funds to be released, is another thing for them to actually be channeled towards adequately addressing the problems for which they were set out to address to start with. But of course, other fringe issues, including awareness, or if you like, capacity, a lack of capacity, amongst the livestock farmers in the hinterlands who don't know any better. And of course, getting in tune, or as we say, getting with the program as far as urban or modern techniques to pastoral farming or livestock farming is concerned. Very important that these things, these messages be taken to folks like that who are, in the hinterlands and don't know any better. And of course, the crises of farmer-herders conflict has been a thorn in our flesh for the longest time. Of course, it's been mentioned again by our guest. Of course, it does need to be addressed by the authorities. It fuels insecurity, and of course, where there is insecurity, there's very little by way of growth and development that can come out of that. But of course, with this loan facility, we're hoping, as I mentioned earlier, that it would indeed meet the needs of that particular sector, talking about the livestock industry. Many thanks for joining us. As we close, to take you straight to the Forex markets, give you an update on what it looks like today, October 8, 2024. On the official market, the Naira dollar trade is 1,646 Naira. The pound sterling, 2,185 Naira. The euro, 1,841 Naira. On the parallel market elsewhere, it's 1,675 Naira, 2,270 Naira, and 1,870 Naira. That's, of course, on the parallel market. And that's what it looks like in the country's forex market today. Many thanks once again for watching the program this morning. Stay tuned for the news update at the top of the hour, and do well to follow us across our social media handles. They're showing on your screen. I am David Chiedu. Market Insight returns tomorrow at the same time. Do have a wonderful day.
That the success of a good West African Examination Council WAEC result is crowned with admission into a university. University admission for any school leaver is a dream come true. Sadly, this news comes with a bittersweet pill to every struggling parent, not because they do not desire higher education for their children, but because the cost of education in Nigeria is very expensive. You see, most families in the country are barely surviving on the meager income the parents make. So, with the addition of university tuition, hostel fees, feeding allowance, transportation, and other miscellaneous needed to fund university education, parents are thrown into a state of worry and confusion as much as they are happy. This is so because the economy in the last 1 decade has been going from bad to worse with inflation on a constant rise. There is insecurity, food scarcity, and economic challenges, among other problems. Noting these challenges, the administration of President Bola Tinubu, after announcing the removal of fuel subsidy, launched the Nigerian Education Loan Fund (NEL Fund) student loan program on July 17, 2024 to give tertiary students access to education. The loans are intended to help students pay for tuition fees and other costs while studying at approved institutions. Loan schemes such as this for tertiary education students already operate in about 13 African countries. Countries like Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Ethiopia, Malawi, Zambia, Lesotho, Namibia, Swaziland, Botswana, and South Africa. However, the reception towards the NEL Fund program from Nigerian students has been something of a concern. The students have shown skepticism towards the program for the following reasons. Many Nigerian students have a deep-seated distrust in government policies, largely due to previous programs that were either mismanaged or failed to deliver on promises. Past education-related initiatives, such as scholarship schemes or bursaries, have not always been sustained, leading to doubts about the continuity of this loan program. While the loan is touted as interest-free and repayment starts after gaining employment, students are concerned about the vagueness of the repayment process, meaning that there is no clarity on repayment terms. Among other reasons, the prospect of starting adulthood with debt in a country with an unpredictable economic climate is a significant concern. Eligibility concerns, job market and unemployment concerns are other reasons why Nigerian students skeptical about this scheme. These concerns depict the need for better communication from the government, addressing these fears and ensuring that the program is implemented transparently to gain the confidence of Nigerian students. Chike Okulu, reporting for SOUQ News. Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to News Update. I am Oreka Titi Akirijola. Nigeria is taking a significant step towards addressing its malnutrition crisis through a nationwide intervention partnership between the federal government, Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, and the World Bank. This collaboration aims to support 11 million Nigerian children suffering from malnutrition, focusing on pregnant women, adolescent girls, and children under 5 in 11 high-burden states. The partnership was officially launched at the Faith Actors Workshop Public Sensitization Lecture on Accelerating Nutrition Results in Nigeria and RAIN in Abuja, bringing together stakeholders to discuss strategies for improving nutritional outcomes. The project will increase access to quality nutrition services, targeting states with high malnutrition rates. Key objectives include increasing utilization of quality nutrition services for vulnerable populations and addressing social-cultural practices that hinder proper nutrition. Maintaining good hygiene for mothers and children is also crucial for optimal health. With Nigeria ranking 11th globally in child malnutrition, this partnership is crucial for improving nutrition outcomes and boosting national development. Details of the project's implementation and progress are expected to be shared in the upcoming months. This initiative has the potential to transform the lives of millions of Nigerians and contribute to a healthier, more prosperous future. The Nigerian government, Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) and Dangote Refinery have made significant progress in reforming the country's petroleum distribution process. Under the new arrangement, NNPCL will continue to provide crude oil, but its role in distribution will be reduced, allowing oil marketers and depot owners to directly lift petroleum products from Dangote Refinery. This change aims to increase market participation, remove subsidies, and attract local and foreign investors, ultimately delivering more value to consumers. The Dangote Refinery, Africa's largest, is set to receive 24 million barrels of oil in October and November, with 400,000 barrels per day of Nigerian crude. The refinery will supply petroleum products, including PMS and diesel, to the domestic market in exchange for Naira. This development is expected to boost the economy and transform the region's import and export markets, markets, I beg your pardon. The Minister of Finance announced that the sale of crude oil and refined products, petroleum products in Nigeria commenced on October 1st, 2024, following the Federal Executive Council's directive. This move is seen as a positive step towards liberalizing the petroleum market and promoting economic growth. Vodafone and Google have strengthened their strategic partnership through a 10-year billion-plus deal, expanding AI-powered services across Europe and Africa. The agreement brings Google's latest generative AI-powered devices, including Pixel smartphones, to Vodafone's 5G network. This collaboration enhances the Android ecosystem and promotes innovative AI features, enabling customers to access cutting-edge technology. The partnership also introduces Google One AI premium subscription plans, including Gemini Advanced, in select countries by 2025. Additionally, Vodafone will leverage Google Cloud's enterprise-ready AI platform to drive business growth. This development positions Vodafone at the forefront of AI adoption alongside global tech leaders like Apple, Samsung, and Google, which are revolutionizing the industry with AI-powered solutions. The collaboration fosters innovation, empowering customers to benefit from seamless AI integration. South Korea and Singapore are strengthening their ties through a strategic partnership, marking the 50th anniversary of their diplomatic relations. This collaboration will foster deeper cooperation in cutting-edge fields like artificial intelligence and startups, driving innovation and growth. The two nations have also signed an extradition treaty, enhancing judicial cooperation and facilitating the exchange of information to combat crime. Furthermore, they've agreed on a memorandum of understanding for liquefied natural gas (LNG) supply cooperation, ensuring stability in the international supply chain. The partnership will explore opportunities in LNG swaps, joint purchases, and crisis response measures. South Korea, as the world's third largest LNG importer, and Singapore, a key LNG hub, will work together to secure energy supplies. Beyond energy, South Korea aims to bolster defense industry cooperation and participate in joint military exercises with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. President Yoon Suk Yeol has emphasized the importance of addressing emerging threats like cybercrime and transnational crime through joint effort. This strategic partnership is set to elevate the relationship between South Korea and Singapore, promoting mutual growth and regional stability. Germany's industrial sector showed significant growth in August, with industrial output increasing by 2.9% month-over-month, exceeding expectations. According to Destatis, the Federal Statistics Authority, this growth indicates a strong rebound from the previous month's decline. The year-over-year industrial production also showed improvement, declining by 2.7% compared to July's 5.3% drop. This upward trend in Germany's industrial sector is a positive sign for the Eurozone's economic growth. The expansion in industrial output suggests increased economic activity, which can contribute to overall economic stability. Although the euro hasn't seen an immediate boost, the euro-US dollar pair remains steady, up 0.10% at 1.0985. This development underscores Germany's resilience as an economic powerhouse, driving growth in the region. And that's the news update at this hour. Many thanks for watching. I am Oreka Titi Akirinjola. Good afternoon.
the bank was totally gone. So there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks, and so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started, and we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at All-State Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired the distressed financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, right? Targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. People want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon. Uganda.
Senegal. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating businesses that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so bad. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafar Mo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kari Baker.
My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
Looking back, my village is nice. I mean, urban, it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine, We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You can wake up at 5, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When at the Lagos State University where I am now, when I walk out, you have this, what they call these gardeners, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. The question about being idle wasn't there, indolence wasn't there at all. You have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School, it used to be called St. John's, but by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education, in the then Bender State. There were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGA, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. We were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. Today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM must have written JAMB about 3 times. You know, you write your JAMB with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bende. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bende State University when it was created, you know, Ambrosali, you know. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazaure. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me. You know, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something that it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, and disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's, you know, thesis. You know, so the other part of me which was in it was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for you know, Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said those who are not part of it should leave. You know, that's what it was leaving. So made about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, you know, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, use all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and you know, those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and you know, allowed the process to go on. So that was one example, earliest example of, you know, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Isi Mamadou. He's now a German resident. You know, he graduated from Ife, Nafumewa University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Friedrich Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. You know, science and its relation to social life. So, that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-Durin, also by Friedrich Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So, by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, you know, and all of that. So, when I left Ekpoma for Lagos, you know, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, you know, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, you know, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, you know, even though I was squatting, you know, at that time. And what we did by, you know, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership, writing minutes, you know, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, you know, period until I entered the University of Lagos, you know. Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratek, Bengal, Awekpo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in UNIMED, where he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyepe, you know, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, you know, during that period. So we resuscitated the union and brought the union back by, you know, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And you know, there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madam Timmy Phillips. The Atlantis died, God bless his soul, you know, to become the union president. I ran, after Madam Timmy, I think I ran for the presidency, you know, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyanze is also late now, you know. That led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, you know, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falano. You know, so, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. And so it became a landmark judgment, you know. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. You know, the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results was when it was eventually released. You know, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I deployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, you know, crisis, and we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north, you know. And so we deployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We deployed back, you know, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, you know, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, you know, the doyen of Nigerian culture journalism. You know, so I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. You know, I was editing that for a time, and in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. You know, I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Birnin-Kebbi prisons for 1 year. You know, I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, you know, and my chairman was taken away, Becker was taken to Katsina prison. So we were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Bakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we were on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of SOUQ, many prominent people, Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SOUQ, of that center. Orelokpe, who is in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, to train in the SOUQ Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, and I rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, it's liberating. It's about, how to transform the society. And it's about, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, a detailed volume on globalization and the fringe players. The way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You must at this point in time define, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? It means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, help to fight them. You have to subvert them so that people can, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. It doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always we're on our own, and the social measures, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if it's 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, SOUQ was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfem was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitution making, you have what we call, there's what we call people's led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down a constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I told it was almost about 50%, of resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was the problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the state. So that is the problem. So the states are likely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Ekweremadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the lighter society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, more powers should be devolved, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent, and which other one, railway, is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power, but we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power, you talk about refederalizing the polity, largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about, because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation, for me it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. They had. State had. Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today. They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is one of their agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not prioritized. So that has created problems between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the migrants of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget, because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university, because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, you know the trend. All of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all. Except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, we're very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like B.J. Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are leaving in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance. Governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across, It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, you know, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things, and the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So if I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. And so I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I are being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied Piper of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress. How would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly. It's a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, you know, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, two shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still not seeing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own prime minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. And that just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, you're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anike Agbadilun was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fode or Mike Nahu. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Owebrand, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you are the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like General DJ Didu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now federal, whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, he didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they would ask the whole nation, they would say, where are we going to take this from? They would ask everybody, they would do a census, they would do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First SOUQ. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention. You see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time, to come and man the station, because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good. that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first SOUQ, we were still recovering, just battling in the glory of first SOUQ. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first SOUQ, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. He said, what happened? Why are we going to have another first SOUQ? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, you know, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan, and then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a first SOUQ in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much, and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past. People like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things. Things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call their, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, you should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me. Can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well, or I'm not doing my work well, and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, you're being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members by late Auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was the lead commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse. Now, I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept into powder at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. My son, oh man. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she was She thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say. Because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a year two of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend a meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand in my upbringing, was an Echekere man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only had connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition, My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. eat well, eat the right type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when the chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people lived well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the Gamehers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Gamehers Awards. And we had it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Gamehers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now, and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Gamehers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Gamehers does. Video games has become the new media. I mean, you know, when you look at live streaming, you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? I mean, if you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? Like the video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. I mean, my daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games, or you know, it's Call of Duty. I mean, she plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or you know, on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. I mean, if you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. I mean, everything is a game. And so I think that the Game Hers provides a place where women who play video games can connect. And that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures Group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week, and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am gonna stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos. Because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Zs, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we are the Game Hers. That's TheGamehers on all socials, and thegamehers.com. Please download our app. It's tgh.app, and it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying peoples, and also our allies who are men and male. So you stand to gain an amazing community of like-minded people. Find your tribe, find people to play games with, find people to learn from, as well as opportunities for education, on career development, and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. So we partner with a lot of game developers. We are not a game developer, but we provide opportunities for women in game development, as well as Riot Games is one of our early investors and a big partner. So Also, I play a lot of their games too. It's a big perk to get in the alpha stages and get to try out different games. But we have opportunities for women to even. Our Discord channel, for example, has game nights, right, where women get to try out different games, whether that's a mobile game or even a party game from Jackbox Games. You know, there are different things that we use to connect and leverage through video games. I see there's a lot of there had been. I feel like it's starting to shift the other way. There had been, you hear stories about gamers who play too much, and I think I read a story about someone who played too long and died of seizures. I mean, that's probably the extreme, right? And let's be transparent and talk about it, because I think that as a parent myself, balance is everything. But however, in order to get good at anything, I mean, you have to spend the 10,000 hours, right? And so I actually told my daughter that I wanted her to play at least 2 hours a day because, I mean, to me, if you're actually going to get good, then why would you limit yourself, right? But you have to do it in a healthy manner. You have to take breaks, you have to stretch, you have to eat, you have to do all these things and keep your health going. I mean, just like in any sport. Gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough, but gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
It was a gathering of old students of King's College, Lagos, and the present final year students of the same school. The meeting was organized by the old boys to give back to their alma mater, as the program, which had this theme, Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Work in a Digital Age, commenced. Participants were told that AI is the way to go for efficiency, result, and effectiveness. The speaker, Shola Shonuga, explained to the boys why they need to know how to navigate around AI and how to channel their skills properly.
Now, when you have these things that can use computing power to be able to analyze solutions that customers have and present those solutions, they're disruptive, okay, but they're beneficial to customers.
Some of the King's College old boys on the ground had this to say.
Distinguished gentlemen have been in this institution for more than 40 years since they came and passed through this institution. And they've come back to where they left, to the institution that gave them the upbringing and the training that they have. And they've come to give back to that institution and to also see how they can add to uplift it for the next generation. So coming here is to commemorate that and to just thank God for the time they spent here and to inspire the young ones who are coming those who are already in the school, I believe, and those who will also become, kingsmen, as they call them, in the years to come.
Well, I think the impact on the world basically is that, the world has become a global place, a global village. That's one. And two, talking to these kids today about AI will ignite their interest in the whole process. And we are moving forward the school and their future for tomorrow.
You cannot joke with mentorship. And what we have tried to do is to speak to the students, especially with the realities of the present time. Artificial intelligence, for example, was a topic of the mentoring class that we did today. And it's something that every child needs now going forward. And we believe that we coming back, as they said, to talk to them, will try and at least ginger them and encourage them to become whatever it is that they've set themselves to do in life, and to ensure that they know that there is hope and there is a future ahead that lies ahead of them.
Explaining further on the importance of the mentorship program, the president of KCOBA had this to say.
There is a mystique about King's College, and this mystique is passed from generation to generation. One of the reasons why our presence is so strong at activities like this is to impress upon the boys that they too can get to where we are and exceed where we are. We have a school song, and some of the words of the school song says, one part of the school song says, others went before you and attained the light, where they wait to cheer you, victors in the fight.
The mentorship program ended with a vote of thanks. Chike Okolo reporting for SOUQ News.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School, from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dinoben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000 acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwater Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15th July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm, due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government's reinvestment in addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello and welcome to the News Hour on SOUQ News Television. I am David Chiedu. First, we take a look at the top stories. Still SOUQ News Hour. Many thanks for joining us. Now to the news in detail. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reaffirmed its dedication to maintaining the stability of the nation's financial system. In a statement released by Acting Director of Corporate Communications, Hakama Sidi Ali, she revealed that CBN outlined various measures aimed at safeguarding public funds and enhancing confidence in banking operations. To ensure resilience in financial institutions, the CBN conducts regular stress testing and has established early warning systems to detect potential risks proactively. Additionally, the bank employs risk-based supervision, focusing regulatory efforts on institutions that pose the highest risk. This targeted strategy promotes a robust oversight mechanism and supports the overall health of the banking sector. The CBN also collaborates with foreign regulators through memoranda of understanding, ensuring that Nigerian banks operate within a secure framework, both domestically and internationally. She emphasized the CBN's ongoing commitment to fostering a safe banking environment where depositors can trust in the safety of their funds. And Nigeria and Brazil are in advanced discussions to activate the bilateral air service agreement, BASA, with the aim of establishing direct flights between the two countries. The Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, revealed this development following high-level meetings with the Brazilian ambassador to Nigeria, Carlos Garcetti. The discussions mark a key step in enhancing air connectivity between Nigeria and Brazil following a previous agreement between President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva to establish direct flights between both countries. The direct air route is expected to enhance trade, tourism, and cultural exchanges between Nigeria and Brazil, strengthening their bilateral ties. This effort aligns with the aviation minister's announcement that Nigerian airlines would soon introduce direct flights to America and South America, further emphasizing the government's strategy to increase the presence of Nigerian airlines in international markets and make air travel more affordable. The federal government of Nigeria has launched a new portal aimed at providing youth access to 2,000 compressed natural gas tricycles. The initiative was unveiled by the Minister of State for Youth Development, Comrade Ayodele Olawande, in collaboration with the Presidential CNG Initiative and the National Commercial Tricycle and Motorcycle Owners and Riders Association, NATOMORAS. The portal will allow for transparency in the enrollment of young Nigerians into the transportation sector. Olawande emphasized that this initiative aligns with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's vision of providing equal opportunities for all, ensuring that youth from every background can benefit without requiring influential connections. The representative of the Presidential CNG Initiative, Tosin Koka, highlighted the potential for job creation and ownership opportunities for youth through this scheme. The chairman of NATOMORAS, Alhaji Sani Hassan, expressed gratitude for the launch, describing it as a historic moment that will significantly benefit their members nationwide. The Director General of the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, NISA, Umar Ibrahim Mohammed, has issued a fresh warning to Nigerians about a looming case of flooding. Mohammed revealed that the nation may flood as soon as the Jebba Dam has been spilling excess water. excess water, According to a statement from the NISA DG, the Jebba Dam is releasing excess water as part of regulated operations by Kainji Dam operations. Previously, Kainji Dam had maintained a 53-centimeter buffer to accommodate changes in water inflow, but the situation now requires a release of excess water. The NISA also revealed through its Director of Operational Hydrology, Femi Bejide, that the agency is actively collaborating with dam operators to manage reservoir levels. Although rainfall is shifting to the south, there is still significant inflow into Nigeria, monitored from the Jidere, Bode and Kende stations. Mohammed noted that the River Niger Basin's water levels have gradually receded since early October, but he urged Nigerians to stay vigilant and adhere to flood preparedness measures. This warning follows reports of severe flooding across the country, with Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State, among the worst affected. NISA's 2024 annual flood outlook identified 148 local government areas in 31 states as being at high risk of flooding, including states like Adamawa, Bayelsa, Lagos, and Rivers State. NISA reiterated its commitment to managing flood risks to support socio-economic stability across the nation. And now to state matters. Lagos State's First Lady, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, has announced a new initiative to strengthen grassroots advocacy in the fight against tuberculosis called Stop TB. The initiative marks a pivotal step in the state's aggressive campaign to eradicate TB and sets the stage for a grassroots-driven health movement. Speaking at a media briefing, the First Lady outlined plans to harness local leadership in driving tuberculosis awareness and prevention efforts across Lagos. She emphasized the critical role that grassroots leadership will play in the fight against tuberculosis and highlighted the significance of the Stop TB partnership to strengthen TB control efforts across the state. Dr. Sanwo-Olu also stressed the need for collaboration across all sectors of government and society, calling on stakeholders in healthcare, education, finance, infrastructure, and law enforcement to support the tuberculosis prevention efforts. She noted that religious bodies, community leaders, and private organizations must also play a role in raising awareness and breaking the stigma associated with the disease. The event will officially mark the start of a new chapter in Lagos State's effort to eliminate tuberculosis and improve public health outcomes. And to Kaduna State, the Kaduna North local government area has taken a significant step in providing healthcare services to its less privileged residents by implementing a health endowment fund scheme. The initiative, spearheaded by the Kaduna North local government chairman Mukhtar Baloni, has successfully benefited 9,098 individuals from December 2021 to September 2024. The primary goal of the scheme is to ensure affordable and accessible healthcare services for those in need within the community. Baloni emphasized the urgent need for quality healthcare services for the vulnerable population and expressed the Council's commitment to bridging the gap and providing essential healthcare regardless of socio-economic status. A total of 9,098 patients received medical attention across 9 selected health facilities within the local government area. Despite the success of the scheme, the local government chairman highlighted challenges such as the lack of enabling law or legal framework and unclear budgetary provisions. He recommended enacting the Kaduna North Healthcare Endowment Act and allowing private sector participation to address these challenges and ensure the program's sustainability. As the chairman's tenure comes to an end, he assured the community of his ongoing support and urged his successor to continue prioritizing quality healthcare services for the people. Community leader Usman Ibrahim praised the initiative, describing it as a beacon of hope for the less privileged, and urged the successor to sustain the program for the benefit of the poor. The Kaduna North Health Endowment Fund scheme serves as a model for other local governments to emulate, demonstrating the impact of innovative healthcare initiatives on vulnerable populations. The National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, NPHCDA, has announced that Bayelsa and River State will be the first to initiate the monkeypox vaccination exercise aimed at curbing the spread of the virus. The decision to prioritize these states is based on their recent case numbers and the need to protect vulnerable populations. The United States government, through the United States Agency for International Development, donated 10,000 doses of the Mpox vaccine to the federal government to support its efforts in responding to the current monkeypox outbreak. The NPHCDA stated that the vaccination exercise, tentatively set to begin on Tuesday, may be postponed. The agency has been liaising with all planned implementing states virtually and conducting physical engagement to provide orientation to key stakeholders and assess each state's readiness to commence vaccination. The Mpox vaccine is expected to be deployed to 7 states, including Bayelsa, Rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Enugu, Benue, and the Federal Capital Territory. Bayelsa and River states will commence the vaccination exercise first. Data obtained from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention show that as of September 29, Nigeria had recorded a total of 84 confirmed cases of Mpox out of 1,237 suspected cases across 57 local government areas in 25 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Now from there, we'll move to news from around the African continent and the Middle East shortly. Stay with us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Many thanks for staying with us. Now to news from around the African continent and the Middle East. Libya's Minister of Economy and Trade, Mohamed Al-Houaij, has emphasized on the need to implement a comprehensive economic reform during a meeting with the Director of the United Nations Development Programme in Libya, Sophie Kimkadze. He stressed the need for a unified approach among financial and economic institutions to enhance political stability in the country. The discussion focused on cooperation to execute Libya's economic development and diversification plan, aligning with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for Vision 2030. Al-Huwaij highlighted the importance of learning from successful international experiences to effectively support the reform process. The United Nations Development Programme aims to provide technical assistance to Libyan government institutions to improve economic conditions and implement the development plan. This collaboration is seen as a critical step towards stabilizing Libya's economy, fostering growth, and enhancing governance. With ongoing challenges in the economic landscape, the government's commitment to reforms could play a vital role in revitalizing the country's economy and restoring investor confidence. Colombia is in negotiations with Germany to establish a debt-for-nature swap aimed at funding its ambitious $40 billion plan for transitioning away from fossil fuels and enhancing environmental protection, according to Foreign Minister Luis Gilberto Murillo. This initiative seeks to address the country's significant climate adaptation needs by creating an investment portfolio expected to attract substantial private and public financing. Murillo highlighted ongoing discussions between Colombian President Gustavo Petro and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz regarding the potential agreement, emphasizing the tremendous political will on both sides. While specific details of the swap remain unclear, it is expected to involve identifying energy or social ecological projects that would utilize resources originally allocated for debt repayment. Murillo also urged the international community to bolster support for developing nations facing high debt burdens, advocating for a new financial framework akin to the International Monetary Fund's pandemic response. This approach could enhance funding for critical climate initiatives in Colombia and similar countries. Tokyo stocks dropped on Tuesday, breaking a 3-day winning streak as investors reacted to heightened Middle East tensions and a stronger yen. The Nikkei stock average declined by 395.20 points, or 1%, ending at 38,937.54, while the broader Topix index fell 1.47% to 2,699.15. Investor concerns were fueled by escalating conflicts between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah, pushing crude oil prices higher and creating fears of supply disruptions. This led to a flight to safety, strengthening the yen against the US dollar to the mid-147 range and placing additional pressure on exporters like automakers and machinery firms, which typically benefit from a weaker yen. Further, the recent release of stronger than expected U.S. employment data raised doubts about imminent interest rate cuts by the Federal Reserve, affecting market sentiment globally. In Japan, sectors like securities, wholesale trade, and transportation equipment faced significant declines. Investors are now looking towards quarterly earnings reports due later this week for potential positive market catalysts. In a decisive victory, Tunisian President Kais Saied has won a second term, garnering 90.69% of the vote in the recent presidential election, according to preliminary results released by the Electoral Commission. The election saw a voter turnout of 28.8% on October 6, where Saied faced two rivals, Sha'ab Party leader Zohei Maghouи, a former ally turned critic, and Ayachi Zamel, who had been jailed just a month prior. Following the announcement of the result, Said's supporters celebrated in the capital, expressing their joy at the exit polls' projection of a landslide victory. However, rival campaigns have cast doubt on the accuracy of these exit polls, suggesting that the final result may differ significantly. Tunisia, often cited as a success story of the 2011 Arab Spring, has experienced challenges in its democratic process, but remains a crucial player in the region's political landscape. The election outcome is pivotal for Tunisia's political stability and future reforms. Elsewhere, the Bank of Korea is expected to cut its key interest rate by 25 basis points to 3.25% on October 11, according to a majority of economists polled by Reuters. This move is seen as a balancing act between promoting economic growth and maintaining financial stability, especially since inflation has eased to 1.6% in September, the lowest since early 2021. The central bank has shifted its focus to economic growth after unexpected contraction last quarter. However, concerns around household debts and the heated property market may lead to cautious rate cuts. This potential rate cut would align the Bank of Korea with other Asian central banks such as Bank Indonesia and the Philippine Central Bank, which have already begun easing their monetary policies. Economists predict that this may be the only rate cut for the year, with further cuts unlikely in the near term due to concerns about the housing market. Looking ahead, the Bank of Korea is expected to cut rates more slowly than its regional peers, with a total of 50 basis points of cuts predicted for next year, taking rates to 2.75% by the end of 2025. Korea's economic growth is forecast to improve this year, averaging 2.4% before slowing to 2.1% in 2025. The government of United Arab Emirates have approved its federal budget of 71.5 billion dirhams for the year 2025, focusing most on spending on social benefits and government affairs. The next year budget, according to the Gulf newspaper, maintains a balance between income and spending. This federal budget proves to be a record-breaking development that underscores the UAE robust economy and its ability to sustain crucial development, economic and social initiatives. The financial breakdown of the federal budget reveals that 39% of the budget will be spent on social development and benefits, 35.7% will go to government affairs, and public and higher education will get 15.3%, to name a few of the federal expenditures that will be addressed next year, 2025. China announced it will send emergency medical supplies to Lebanon as fighting between Hezbollah and Israeli forces intensifies. The aid provided by the China International Development Corporation Agency comes in response to the Lebanese government's request for assistance. Spokesperson Li Ming stated that escalating violence has led to numerous casualties across Lebanon due to explosions and airstrikes. Hezbollah recently launched rockets to Israel's city of Haifa, while Israeli forces expand their offensive. This conflict marks a significant shift in regional tensions as Hezbollah supports Hamas following the anniversary of Hamas's attack on Israel. The crisis is causing widespread concern among neighboring countries, with heightened fears of further escalation. And mainland Chinese stocks experienced a surge of over 4% on Tuesday, although they fell short of their early high. early highs, rather, due to traders' disappointment over the lack of new stimulus from Beijing and the absence of specific details about measures announced last month. The Shanghai Composite Index, which initially opened more than 10% higher, concluded with a 4.59% increase, adding 153.28 points and reaching 3,489.78. Similarly, the Shenzhen Composite Index on China's second exchange saw an 8.89% gain, rising by 171.29 points to 2,098.77. Sheng Shanji, the head of China's National Development and Reform Commission, NDRC, expressed the government's full confidence in achieving its goal of around 5% growth this year, a target that analysts view as optimistic. Stephen Innes, managing partner at SBI Asset Management, noted that Tuesday's press briefing from China's top economic planner was supposed to be the big moment, the one where Beijing unleashed a stimulus bazooka. Elsewhere, Vietnam and France have taken their relationship to the next level by upgrading to a comprehensive strategic partnership, Vietnam's highest level of cooperation. This milestone was achieved during Vietnamese President To Lam's visit to Paris and marks a significant success for Vietnam's flexible foreign policy known as bamboo diplomacy. The partnership is expected to boost security and defense cooperation as well as foster collaboration in cutting-edge areas like aerospace, artificial intelligence, and airport transport infrastructure. This development underscores Vietnam's growing importance in global supply chains and its expanding network of strategic partners. Vietnam's other key partners include the United States, China, India, South Korea, Japan, Russia, and Australia. The country's trade with France has also seen significant growth, with a 6.9% increase in total trade turnover to $3.4 billion in the first 8 months of this year. This upgrade is set to further strengthen Vietnam's position on the global stage and open up new opportunities for cooperation, and growth. And now let's move over to other parts of the world where we bring you stories making the rounds. Stay with us. Thanks for staying tuned. Away now to other parts of the world. The Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, IRCC, conducted an express entry draw, issuing 1,613 invitations to apply for permanent residency on October 7th, 2024. The draw targeted candidates under the Provincial Nominee Program, PNP, with a comprehensive ranking system score of 743 or higher. This comes after a PNP-only draw, indicating potential upcoming draws, particularly for the Canadian Experience Class, CEC. The varying average CRS scores in different immigration programs reflect a focused approach in selecting candidates. As Canada continues to refine its immigration strategy, individuals interested in the express entry system should stay informed about upcoming draws and tailored opportunities. And Chevron Canada, a subsidiary of U.S. energy giant Chevron, has entered a definitive agreement to sell its Canadian assets to Canadian Natural Resources for $6.5 billion Canadian dollars. The deal includes a 20% non-operated interest in the Athabasca oil sands projects and a 70% operated stake in the Duvernay shale and related assets, all located in Alberta. In 2023, these assets produced 84,000 barrels of oil equivalents per day, net of royalties, significantly contributing to Chevron's operations. With this acquisition, Canadian Natural Resources will enhance its working interest in the Athabasca Oil Sands project to 90%, strengthening its position in the region. This sale supports Chevron's strategic goal of divesting $10 billion to $15 billion in assets by 2028, part of its broader plan to optimize its global energy portfolio while focusing on more profitable ventures. And the Great British Pound declined against the euro on Monday, trading at €1.19 as Bank of England rate cut, speculations mounted following remarks of the Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey. The possibility of more aggressive interest rate cuts by the Bank of England heightened concerns among Great British Pound investors, despite Bank of England chief economist Hugh Phil's warnings against sharp cuts. Meanwhile, the euro showed mixed performance, gaining against the pound but losing ground versus other currencies due to weak German factory orders, which dropped 5.8% in August. This downward trend in GBP and euro coincides with a cautious market mood fueled by escalating Middle East tensions and the anticipation of the Federal Reserve's rate policy. Looking ahead, Germany's upcoming industrial production data could add pressure on the euro if it signals further economic decline. UK investors are set to keep a close eye on the Bank of England policy developments as the rate cuts debate continues to impact market sentiment. And gold prices have dropped to a one-week low, nearing the 2,630 range, due to the upbeat US jobs report released on Friday. This report has led investors to reduce their expectations for an oversized interest rate cut by the Federal Reserve, thereby decreasing demand for the non-yielding gold. However, a modest decline in the US dollar and escalating geopolitical tensions in the Middle East may offer some support to gold prices. Traders are now awaiting key economic releases, including the FOMC meeting minutes, US Consumer Price Index and US Producer Price Index, which will provide further direction for gold prices. From a technical perspective, gold price bulls are defending the short-term trading range support near $2,630. A break below this level could lead to technical selling, dragging prices below $2,600. Conversely, if prices rise, the $2,670 to $2,672 area may act as an immediate barrier, followed by the all-time high of $2,685 to $2,686. Market participants are pricing in an 85% chance of a 25 basis points rate cut at the next FOMC meeting in November. The yield on the 10-year US government bond has surpassed 4%, and Fed officials have expressed mixed views on future interest rate cuts, adding to market uncertainty. The pound sterling is striving to regain momentum near a three-week low against the US dollar, with the pound sterling, the US dollar pair trading around 1.3060. The US dollar strength, fueled by upbeat US non-farm payrolls data, has kept the pounds gains. However, market expectations for further Federal Reserve policy easing and comments from New York Fed Bank President John Williams favoring a 25 basis point rate cut suggest a potential shift in momentum. Investors are now focused on key economic releases, including the US Consumer Price Index data and the UK's gross domestic product and factory data. The pound sterling's near-term outlook remains cautious, with market participants adjusting expectations for the Bank of England interest rate outlook. The Bank of England is expected to cut interest rates again in November, driven by sticky UK inflation and stronger wage growth. This week's economic data, including the UK's GDP and factory figures, will provide fresh insight into the country's economic health. Technically, the pound sterling US dollar pair is trading inside Monday's range, with key resistance levels at 1.31 and 1.32. Support levels are seen near 1.30. The 14-day relative strength index RSI is nearing 40, indicating room for potential upside movement. And from there, we move over to the world of sports, where we bring you the happenings around there. Join us. Thanks for staying tuned. Now to sports. Premier League football club Manchester City FC have filed illegal action against the Associated Party Transaction APT rules earlier this year under the grounds of being accused of being anti-competitive. The current league champions released a statement saying that the tribunal of this case matter have declared the APT rules as unlawful, accusing the Premier League of being unfair, and the rules were applied unfairly to the club in practice. The Premier League rejected most of Manchester City's challenges in their case, but acknowledged the tribunal's small number of discrete elements of the rules. However, they claim the rules do not apply in their current form with the competition and public law requirement. And that's all on the News Hour and SOUQ News Television this afternoon. Many thanks for watching. I am David Chiedu. Good afternoon.
In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ike Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Igboje Ike Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ike Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Igboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian SOUQ Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ike Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year
and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
And I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ige Mokwede is back again. Ige Mokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Mokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Ready to feel the pulse of the world around you? Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse, and here we tell you we don't have time to keep quiet. So should you. Here we say keep talking. Why? Because in that talking lies the solution. And if we can provide solution, then we are in business. Remember, it doesn't matter which country you are. It doesn't matter the rumors flying. It doesn't matter what businesses are saying. It doesn't matter who borrowed, who spent, who is paying, who is not repaying. It doesn't matter what crude is costing. As long as we pick up these issues and talk about them and resolve them and push it to the appropriate quarters, then we know we are doing something. So wherever you are, it's time to gather up. Call up your friends, your neighbors, your landlord if you have one, if you're not. And also call up your enemies. Make up. Now, let's talk. Today we are going somewhere that we started this journey sometime last week. And we won't stop talking about this because it affects majorly those in Africa. We take it for granted, but it's a problem we just don't want to talk about. It's in the forefront, but we just shy away from it because we see the other party as not being part of us. But they are. And we can't do without them. So we will talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Welcome to your show. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, I will introduce our own guest and we'll get talking. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse. Now we are continuing our conversation with the police, the Nigerian police. For those that are wondering, I have this 100% belief that once Nigeria gets it right, Africa will follow. 200 plus million is not a joke. And Nigeria will certainly get it right. We are on that path and we will get it right. Now we are looking at the police and we are asking ourselves,
policing in Nigeria, is it possible that we take away politics from it? Can we separate politics from policing? Yes, that's where we're going to. Somebody somewhere will just start giving a loud sigh or, yeah, just go ahead, it's allowed. But now let's talk. Now, to bring more light to this particular issues that will be going round from the very first time that the cadet decides to don that particular uniform till when he gets to be an AIG. If it happens for him, good and fine. We'll look at that entire process and ask ourselves, at what point in time has this person been politicized? And at what point in time can this person really stand up and say, okay, I'm more of a Nigerian than following this politician? Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse this beautiful, beautiful start of the evening, Dr. Idahosa. You're welcome, sir.
Chooks, good afternoon.
Yeah, now I think I'm the one that's looking more like a security person.
Oh my God, I can't understand that now.
Okay, I can't run. You're welcome to SOUQ Pulse. Now let's.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Now let's start from the beginning. For every police person that is wearing a uniform today, there was a particular point in time he was recruited. So at that point of recruiting, did that recruit come in with the sense of coming to serve Nigeria, or he was recruited based on where he came from?
Well, I won't say outrightly that they came to serve themselves, because they understand as adults that you're joining an organization, and therefore you are duty bound to accept the terms of such employment. And by the employment or the contract is that they are supposed to be instruments of state. And so they serve
the personnel is supposed to be instrument of state.
Yeah, they serve the state, not their personnel.
But the personnel that's supposed to be instrument of state, did he come into that particular system to become an instrument of state based on the mindset that, okay, good, I am here for Nigeria. Okay, or my people have sent me here for Nigeria?
Yeah, not really somebody sending them. They're there. Yes, first it's employment. And secondly, it's also a service to the state. And that is very well understood.
Okay, then. If we say instruments for Nigeria, why do we have that quota system in recruitment?
Well, you just have to understand this reality. Nigeria is a federal arrangement, and by federation, what that means is that there are component units that makes up the one federal government, and those component units are supposed to be represented in the affairs of that unit. So what the Constitution had done is to provide that enabling environment to ensure that all the component units of the Federation are represented at the central body.
We are looking at the police right now.
Yeah, you see, it's not just police, it's all federal government agencies.
For today, we're looking at the police. So that's our focus.
So all the agencies of government, whether it's the police, whether it's paramilitary, whether it's the civil service,
the
law is put in place. It's part of the management of diversity or a multi-ethnic society.
When we are looking at management of diversity, looking at how diverse we are with ethnics, what about if the particular number or slot you are preserving for a particular locality, they can't fill it? Or those that should fill it are not qualified?
No, I think it's not just, that's what I'm saying.
It's happened several times.
It's not just the police alone.
We are focusing on the police today, but
but
if these people, as they graduate, as they become big higher officers, from maybe recruits down to the lower ranking, down to when they become cadet officers, if they have this mindset that it's Nigeria that I am here for, then I think right from the onset of recruiting, we should be able to see that in them or how they came in. It's difficult to bend Panla after it has bent already.
No. You see,
is quota system playing an issue or not?
No, the quota system is not the issue. In terms of, just let me give you a very practical example. In 2006, I went to study the Niger Delta Development Commission in the whole of the NDDC state. I went around the 9 states of the NDDC. And something struck me really terribly, and that was in Delta State when I was having conversation, and they told me really in those places that because the complaint has always been that oil-bearing communities are not represented, and I got real reliable data and information from the field that employment were being sold.
Employment?
Yes, of course, we're being sold at
employment for
that
the indigents to
indigents. So those quotas that are given to the indigents, they were selling it, and so people were there in the job market, and they were paying so much as paying your 1 year salary, in some cases 2 years salary in advance, and then they give you the slot. So that does not say that the oil producing company are not doing for the indigent, but the indigent decide to sell off their slots. So that happened, and it's not because there's a quota. That happened because it's the very warped mindset of some people who feel that they can eat their tomorrow today. So that happened in some cases.
Let's of our talk. Let's major it on the police.
Yeah,
we started this talk on Friday.
Yes, coming to the police.
Okay,
it's just to understand that the principles are almost the same. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
So what the rule guaranteed is that you have to recruit, and every part of the federation had to be represented, each having a quota based on its size.
Having a quota based on its size.
Yes.
Now, that same representation is what we are looking at right now. Now, for a state that maybe want to produce the quota given to them, and they don't have qualified people that particular year, and we see cases where you now go to recruit people that are not qualified. We've seen it. It's there. We'll give you another example. Another state is giving it quota, but they don't want to go and join the force. That was the case of Abia some 2 years ago.
Yeah.
700 people were invited for interview. They gave it, and they did not show up.
Yeah.
So we've seen other states like that too.
Yeah.
So if we depend on the quota system, some people want to go there. They want to go there and serve.
You see,
they want to make it open.
The truth is, the balancing act in a federation is critical. Whether it's the Nigerian Federation, whether it's the American Federation, whether it's the Canadian Federation, whether it's the South African Federation, whether it's the Indian Federation, anywhere you find a federation, there's always principles and procedure for managing those diversity. You see, federalism does not happen in a unified environment. It happens in a diverse environment where you have different interests, multiplicity of interests that needs to be represented. So what happens here is that whether it's in the police, whether it's in the army, whether it's in the educational system, provision is made for everybody to be represented. Now, what you find is that this is made, given out. Some people don't need it. Some people do need it. Those who don't need it can sell their slot to those who don't need it. And there's also people who may not even have the qualified people, and then they have to push whatever they have to fill their slots.
So the whatever they have that is now filling the slot, does it do the nation good in the long run?
Well, I am not just wanting to particularly the police. Yeah.
The police is our issue today.
Yeah,
because let's also look at some of those particular quotas we get to see. Some people somewhere are strong enough to fill up those quotas, either with a name from somebody or a region from somebody or an authority from somebody. In the long run, are they most likely going to answer to that person or answer to the state?
Well, it doesn't matter how you come into the force.
It doesn't matter?
It doesn't really matter how you come into the force, but your allegiance is first and foremost to the nation.
That's all.
It's by law. Every other thing is secondary. So once you are found to be wanting in terms of your allegiance to the state, then you become an offender.
Okay, now let's also go from the quota system recruitment, and let's now go back to the federal character principle you talked about. For promotion, should it be? 2010, the Police Service Commission said federal character for promotion was going to be discontinued, but that is not what we see till today. if we look at promotion majorly for the top brass of the police force, it's still based on federal character.
You know, it's unfortunate that we have found ourselves like this, but there are some few things that we really need to talk about. Immediately after the first coup in 1966 in Nigeria, January 1966 was an eye-opener to Nigeria in terms of managing our diversity when that coup happened. And when you look at the hierarchy of the military at that time, you find that it was lopsided. And those who had to manage the federation thereafter had to conceive of this idea. So they were not born out of vacuum. They were born out of reality that dawned on Nigeria when...
With the police force?
Yes, of course. Okay. Because the federal system, federal character came in around 1974, I guess, and this was after that coup. Because of the reality that came to bear by the coup, that certain people who were really not interested in what was happening.
1960 till date, that's over 50 years ago.
I mean, 1974. The federal character peace came in 1974. It didn't come in 1960. It came in 1974.
That's 50 years. Yeah. In the next few months,
yeah, 50 years. Yeah. So 50 years ago, it came.
Police force not jettisoned that by now?
No. It's not just about it. It's a constitution. It's not the
police. The police force. We want a force that
the police force.
I think I should remove the word force. We want an agency that will represent not just us, but an agency who will relate.
The police force is a creation of law. It finds its essence in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is the law that establishes the police force. So it does not come by its own. The federal character principle is enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution. And therefore, every agency of government, every department of government is bounded by the Constitution that gives it its being.
That particular two set of policies, the quota system and the federal character. Now, yes, the conceiving of it's brilliant at that particular point in time. The conceiving of it, we can give whoever, the people that did that round of applause at that point in time. But as we speak right now, we are overlooking brilliant minds in the name of federal character.
You see, if you understand Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs in psychology of things that humans will always crave after, he mentioned that there are physiological needs, which is very at the base, but you find that as people mature, there'll be need for safety and security. You find that people begin to have need for belongingness. And then, of course, you see people having need for actualization. Now, at that level of belongingness, what the quota system or the federal character is meant to address is that every part of the constituting unit of federation feel belonged to the federation by the way power, resources are distributed. But I don't think the problem is the federal character. The problem is actually the way it has been implemented over the years.
Okay, you think it's the way it's been implemented.
Yes.
And we look at the police force and okay, this is has been implemented.
Yeah,
it's not
yes. It's the same point that you are hammering on, which is the failure of the Nigerian political class, especially at the state levels, who have abdicated their responsibility of creating an ecosystem for growth and development in their state. And they are so preoccupied with national power that they ignore the very essence for which they exist. That's why today we are still talking about 18 million people out of school children in Nigeria. That's why we are still talking about all the kind of shenanigans that is going on in our secondary school. That people are to be hired to write work for some certain people. That some secondary schools don't have teachers. There are no classrooms. Some people sit down on the ground to take lessons, some under trees. And this had been a demotivation for any child who wants to go to a school because the environment is not conducive, the environment is not attractive. So if state had created that competitive environment, some of all these things that we're talking about 50 years after would have been taken care of. But unfortunately, what do you find? People who cannot go to school, but they have to fill a quota. And that's why you see in the last election, people were talking about some certain people bringing their PAP bill to INEC so that they can be registered to contest because they don't have WAEC certificate to present. So this is the reality that we have to deal with. That if
at that point in time, the INEC officers that saw those PAP bills for registration to contest, what did they do?
Well, of course, they don't have options because
it's quota system.
Yeah. So this is the implementation that's actually faulty. And I'm also very, very proud of Nasir El-Rufai, the former governor of Kaduna State.
At that point.
When about 2 or 3 years ago, he had to write a letter to WAEC and to JAM to say that he doesn't want them to be giving children in Kaduna State lower cutoff point or grade to qualify to go to institutions of higher learning, because he realized that they are global citizens and they are going to compete globally. And as the world boundaries, walls are being pulled down, competition is stiff. They're out there. And you're not just competing as Nigerian, you are competing as a global citizen. And if you don't have the best of education, the chances of competing and winning become very remote. So he says, yeah, what you need to do for us, let our children go to school, pass their exams, and win. And one of the things he did, which was, of course...
But you know that won't work. Because what he was asking for is also against the Constitution, because that quota system, when it comes to catchment areas, is also in the Constitution.
No. What he was saying, in essence, was the fact that we need to strengthen our system.
Yes,
what
he was saying.
What did he What did he went ahead to do? He went ahead to audit the primary school teachers' roll call.
Okay, for those in Kaduna.
In Kaduna State. Okay. To be sure that the people who are teaching the children, they are qualified. Yeah. If you remember...
I guess more than 70% did not pass.
They didn't pass the exam, and of course, you have to recruit new people to get into the system.
Let's come back. Let's come back to Nigerian police. Now, we are looking at politics. Can we just separate the police and politics? Is it something that is possible? Let's look at promotion. When it comes to promotion of Nigerian top brass police, it's still done based on politics. It's still done based on federal character. For promotion, you find it that if there is an AIG that needs to come, they say, okay, good. There's 2 from the north, there is 1 from the west, the next one should come from the east. Okay, there's 2 from the east. Should we still be doing that in 2024?
Yeah, but I think the proper question to ask is that, should there be an AIG that is not competent?
That is not
competent?
I think you should answer that question. Because
so I'm putting it back to you.
Politics, of course, yes, because that's what we're seeing in this particular arrangement.
Yeah, but
politics is determining who becomes
my
point is determining who becomes the next IG. It's not even by promotion or by ranking.
No. You see,
if you choose the next IG who happens to be a junior officer, then the person ahead of him has to retire.
Yeah. You see,
it's been done over and over again. It has become normal, which is not normal.
No. What you need to also factor in is that in some of all this choice, you're also looking at, for example, if I'm appointing you an IG to serve a 5-year term, and you have 1 more year or 2 more years in service,
at the end of 1 year, you retire and you move.
And appoint another IG.
Yeah.
And I think that's not tidy. It's not tidy.
So the Constitution says that you have 8 years
of service. Yeah.
If you served 30-something years, then you retire. So now, this is now the same thing we're talking about. Why are we letting politics spoil things?
No, but I don't think it's just politics. You see, there are certain things that we also put on the table. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Things like?
Yes, the fact that you are also looking at the person who is supposed to be the next IG, but it has just few months or few years left in service.
It is the doing of the gods.
No,
he
no.
has served his days. He should retire. The next person takes over. That way, we have discipline in the rank and file.
Yeah, that is if it is
To go some hands and get an appointment.
if it is not tenured. But I don't think whether it's the appointment that is a problem with the Nigerian
Look at the politics of this whole arrangement.
Yeah, I don't think so, because you also understand is that number one is at the center of all these calculations. There are a whole lot of years of who become the next IG, because you have to also look at the.
Can we also ask this question? Should who become the next IG be an issue?
Yes, it's.
Before you answer that question, let's think it up. We'll go on a very short break, because if we take politics out of this, the police will take care of itself, and we will be so proud of them. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse, and we are still looking at Nigeria. We're looking at policing, and we're asking ourselves, can we separate politics from policing in Nigeria? My name is SOUQ John Rogers, and I am delighted. I have Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, and he's been giving us good insights on peculiar issues that has to do with Nigeria and why we are seeing things the way we are seeing them. So the question there is, those particular peculiar things, can't we do away? Can't we just do away with them and have a system that can run on its own? Our democracy, they say, is special. Good. As special as it is, can't it just run on its own?
Yeah, but that's the point I'm making to you. Wherever you find these issues of diversity, even up to Singapore, very small country with 3 major ethnic groups, power sharing happens. But mediocres are not put at the center. They are two different things.
Mediocres are
not
not
put at the
put
center.
at the center. Good. Which
Yeah.
means you put your best.
You put your best team forward. So the question here, which is a key problem with us, is the fact that we seem to specialize in putting our mediocres in the front.
In the name of federal character.
No.
In the name of quota system.
No. Favoritism.
Okay.
Nepotism. That's a problem. So the problem is not with federal character system. The problem is not with quota system, as it were. The problem is nepotism. That you see somebody who can do a thing better, though is from your ethnic nationality, but as long as he's not from your tribe, you also don't see him as a brother. This is the problem that we are contending with. So you are in position, and you are insisting that it must be for your brother, or your cousin, or your nephew, who is not qualified. And whereas there are other thousands of people who are qualified in those zones, but are not given the opportunity.
Okay, but we also get to see that there are certain regions in this country that they like going to the police, they like joining the police, and they do well. Those within the middle belt, Kogi, Benue, they like joining the police force. So why should we restrict them based on quota system? If we see that it's a trend and they just go there, they do well, let them go.
You see, there's also a factor that you need to put into this conversation.
Okay. Before I start putting those factors, when it comes to farming, why don't you do quota system for farming?
We do.
Quota system?
Oh, yes.
And tell the man in Nasarawa State, no.
Yes.
200 of you have gone to the farm. Wait, let's
let me give you the idea of the quota.
Okay.
They produce more of your yam. The beans come from the northeast. The rice come from the center and the west.
Because those they are ground specific.
See, this is a place I have. Yeah, but this is the point I want to make to also understand that there's a role that culture plays in security, architecture of a nation. But you are supposed to also get people across culture who knows their nationality to be able to actually help in curbing crime within the sphere of their influence. This is also very important. And all these things, we cannot wish them away because it's difficult for you, really. That's why you find most of the time, in terms of posting, those who are the lower range of the echelon of the police force, they are not always posted out. In short, there was a recent policy statement from Nigerian Police Services Commission that those lower ranking people should actually be deployed to their home states.
They should be deployed to their home
states, yeah. So
is it being done?
Yeah, of course. Again, this is where the real challenge for me is.
Why we even say home state? Their native location.
Because many of them don't even carry the name of their home state because they have gone to buy those positions from elsewhere.
To the recruitment issue.
See, my guy is Bialin Abdullahi. And that's what you say. Yeah, of course, that happens and we cannot run away from it. And I think these are some of the real things that as a country we should sit down to analyze ourselves and tell ourselves some honest truths in our face that yes, we have not done well. And this is because we have not placed merit as a front burner or the driving force of nation building. And we have all been cultivating mediocrity through the pipeline of nepotism, favoritism, and all the likes.
Okay, now we are majorly all full-time focusing on the police for this particular discussion. You brought up the topic, it sounded so nice, where we have to post the junior officers to their states. And I'm looking at, okay, let's just take it down to their native locations. Do you see security getting better, the architecture, if you know the policeman that is in your locality, if you know him very well and he knows the people there, do you think security will be better that way? You think there'll be a bond or a trust within citizens and their police that way?
Yeah, well, I think there's also a lot of image thing that needs to be done with the police. The Nigerian police is not well perceived. It's still in its colonial element.
But you know, that is a full topic for another day.
Yeah, so it's still not well perceived. So it's still in their colonial element. And what was the role of the police was to suppress the people. And that mindset has really not gone out of the police people. And this is a trouble for law enforcement.
When you say it's a mindset that have not gone out of the police people, it does not go back to the way they were trained, right from when they were recruited. Do they see the citizens as the people I am supposed to go to protect? Do they see them as, these are my responsibility?
I haven't been in police college before. I have not taken their courses, so I won't be able to really know what kind of curriculum that is run to train the Nigerian police. But one fact stands out clearly, and I think in terms of operation, is the fact that police people really do not answer their ethnic or politician. They actually answer to their bosses, whether it's the DPO, or whether it's the area commander,
officer in charge,
or whether it's the commissioner, or the DIG or AIG, as the case may be, or who is giving the instruction to the superior. They really don't need to come from the same ethnic group for them to carry out those instructions to the letter. But there is a problem here, is the fact that they are not giving a voice. See, there's this phrase, wait for your turn, which seems to silence the voices of people in the lower rank. And the law makes it very difficult for them to protest maltreatment. So they bear it. And so they live through the rank with those bad feelings. And by the time it gets to their turn, and then they take the pound of flesh from those who are coming behind them. So that circle is what has not been able to be broken. So that orientation, that if you want your dog to actually be very, very aggressive, then you got to stab that dog.
Okay. So why this particular dog is aggressive and you're starving the dog? Let's look at it from this other angle. We're looking at it business-wise now, because we are all about productivity on SOUQ Pulse. Now, the primary assignment of the police is protection of life and property.
Yeah.
So if we go by that particular sentence, which means the police is supposed to be pro-business, 100% pro-business. Now, with their alignment with politics, do they look pro-business at all?
Well, I don't want to say that police are deeply entrenched in politics. No. And I don't think that...
Entrenchment, alignment.
I don't even think there's anything like alignment in terms of police. What is missing? What is missing in our nationhood is that sense of patriotism. Professor Peter Eke of Nigeria, God bless his soul, wrote a very profound thesis on the inability of us to transfer the loyalty at the primordial setting into the civil public as the real basic factor responsible for our inability to manage our diversity. That most people in Nigeria don't see the Nigerian state as theirs.
So the police doesn't see the Nigerian state.
It's
also part of the people.
All Nigerians. We don't have foreigners in our police. So all Nigerians, we don't see Nigeria as our own. And until we get to that point where we can begin to have a sense of ownership, that this belongs to all of us, we will not be able to really see the kind of progress that we're talking about here. So what you see is that a lot of people feel that, look, it's an opportunity.
Now, being in the police is an opportunity.
Whether it's the police force or whatever agency
on the police. Yeah. So you were saying most see it as an opportunity.
Opportunity, yeah.
Good.
So that opportunity.
So if they see Nigerian businesses, they see that their business.
Their business. So they see themselves really, and probably the ethnic group they come from, and that really demand their loyalty. But then loyalty to the state itself is weak. And that is a fundamental.
What can change that loyalty?
Yeah. You see, it will require the effort of state builders to be able to amplify
something beyond the police force.
Yeah, beyond politics, really. That people cannot begin to see that leaders or statements are emerging from our environment who will be ready to manage our ethnicity. I give you one example.
So when you've mentioned ethnicity like 4 or 5 times, so are we also having ethnicity problems within police?
Yeah, it's a factor. It's a Nigerian problem. But what in terms of managing this ethnicity, what do you need to do? Take for example, Lee Kuan Yew was a Chinese. He made efforts to speak Malay and send his children to school where they can learn Malay instead of Chinese. Because he didn't want to see himself as, because Chinese constitute about 60% of the population of Singapore. So he didn't want to see himself as a Chinese Singaporean. So he identified with the Malays. I was listening to Emmanuel Wong recently, who is spending energy trying to speak Indian. You see it. So he's learning, he's in school. But now he's now the Prime Minister of Singapore. So it's not just a Malay. He also want to be identified as a Chinese Singaporean, and then of course an Indian Singaporean. So this effort is what helped to build or bind societies together. And this is what we see missing in our people. When we get into office, and what happened, we surround ourselves with people of same tribe.
Or same interests.
Is mostly same tribe, because interest here is actually not national interest.
Self-made interest.
Yeah, his interest is now really your primordial interest.
Okay, now from police, you have taken us down to national issues.
But we are coming back. This is a national problem.
We are coming. Our police is our police.
Police it's not a state. We don't have state police yet, so we don't even have community police. So what we still have is a federal police, and therefore is to see the issue of the trouble of the Nigerian state as it affects all its institutions and agencies.
Playing out in the police. Now let's look at the Rivers State election. Now, we talked about this a bit on Friday. Politics, police, interest, the use of the police. Now, at the end of that process, the police were not involved. They excused themselves and said, we are not going to be part of this. Now is the constitutional part of that, we are not going there. Right, wrong, we are not going there. But the election held. Are we seeing a process that's likely going to repeat itself? Are we seeing a trend whereby other state governors, if they don't have that particular agency, we say, okay, good, we can do it with you?
Well, I think that was a huge aberration, as far as I'm concerned. I don't belong to the school of thought that says wrong can be right. In the face of the law, that was a height of rascality.
On the side of both the doer and the doer.
Yes, of course, because everybody has a role to play in terms of the authenticity and the legitimacy of an electoral process. How are we going to explain that some people were not oppressed or suppressed?
How are we also going to explain that the police, who is supposed to protect me, were not there?
Yeah, they were not there because, of course, they said they were. You see, these are very few things. I've seen this played out in my own state, in Edo State.
These are all politics.
It played out in my own state. It played out in Rivers State right now. And I think any decent human being should be condemning some of all these things that people are doing.
Can I ask a question again?
Yeah.
Is police the victim or the citizens are the victims?
Yeah, but of course, you see, what you find here really is state capture. That is what is happening. And where some people are feeling that. See, I'm surprised that if state capture, you can actually
state capture by who?
You can actually say that you can run elections statewide by providing yourself security, and then there's trouble in your state, and you are calling on the police, the same you said you didn't want during the election, to come and help you cop crime. Something is wrong.
Why did the police not perform their function?
Police says we are respecting a court order.
Court order to leave and not work?
Yeah.
No. What court order can that be?
If there's a substituting order to say,
if police cannot go on strike, then they know that they are not, that their welfare is not.
They're wearing on strike.
I'm just giving an example. If police cannot go on strike because constitutionally they are not meant to be on strike. If they can't go on strike or stop work when they know that they are not well paid, and we all know they're not well paid, they can't go on strike when they are oppressed by their superiors. They can't go on strike when their allowance is held for months. They can't go on strike when they are living in dilapidated quarters. So why should they stop work for a day because an election was done? And
you see, the kind of question you're asking is to say, why will a police who cannot go on strike, police who cannot resist oppression, why will he refuse to stand and watch an armed robber or a kidnapper carry out his oppression?
It's still the same thing. It's to protect them from.
So is their job to protect the armed robbers also?
Hold on, sir. At the point in time, if they are excusing themselves from election processes, would they excuse themselves from keeping security within the state?
Yeah, but they didn't leave the state. They didn't leave the state.
You don't need to leave this. I can stay in my house and not come to work. I didn't come to work.
Yeah, but we are at work.
Which of the work? This is where we are heading to.
Yeah.
At what point are we going to say enough is this politics involvement in our police agencies?
You see, it is the politicians that are dragging the institution of states to disrepute. These are blackmail. And I don't think that right-thinking human beings should subject themselves to common blackmail.
Does the police know that they are being used?
Well, I'm not sure that that's the real issue, because I don't think that the federal police have anything to gain or lose in whoever win the local government elections.
Who wins is not any of their issue. Yeah. But at the end of the day, the perception of the people, the citizens, with their police is either mad or gets better. So at this point in time, what does that part? If we have to put it on a scale, what does it look like? It doesn't look good.
What are we talking about here, really? In 2015, there was a precedent. The federal election that was to produce the Nigerian president was shifted because there were security issues in Northeast that over 13 local governments in Borno State were not accessible to INEC officer, and for that state, it was shifted. So what was so specific and so important about the Rivers election that we cannot wait to see things sorted out by forcing the process? That's what I'm talking about. It's not common blackmail.
Blackmail on who exactly?
Of course, and I'm telling you that the
blackmail on who exactly?
The political actors blackmailing the federal institution of the police.
Why should the police let itself be blackmailed?
It is actually blackmail. The police is supposed not to be an actor in the game. It's not an actor. So you have to also ask the Nigerian police, what were the information at your disposal that led them to take the decision that they took. So you're not hearing from one side and then making up a conclusion that, oh, the police allow itself to be blackmailed. The police is a creation of the law, and therefore they are duty bound to obey the law. Everything angles to lawmaking.
Okay.
The lawmaking, the law implementation and enforcement, and then the law adjudication. Now, all these three arms are resting on different entities. One is with the legislature, one is with the executive, the other one is with the judiciary. Now, if the judiciary, who is interpreting or adjudicating on the principles of law, when the others are wrong, you have to obey it and then go to vacate it.
Okay, at this point in time, we are looking at the police, who are supposed to be our police.
Yes.
The citizens' police.
Yes.
Good. This is our interest. We are not looking at technicalities. We're not looking at the politicians. We are only asking, at what point in time are we going to have our police be our police and not the police of the politicians? The police at play for the politicians, with the politicians, however we want to put it.
You see,
how can we get?
Of course, in my village, it's quite a very serious. There's a parable they use. I see that the situation of the police is like a man who caught his mother in adultery. If he reports, the mother ancestry will kill him. If he doesn't report, the father's ancestry will kill him. So he is between the devil and the deep blue sea. This is where the police found themselves in the Rivers case.
And going forward, where would they decide to find themselves?
I don't think that police have any issue here. The issue here is we're seeing all the shenanigans going on in the river politics in the last how many months, that people who have dipped their hands in the pot of oil are looking for people who wear white so that they can just stain them.
They are not staining, they've come beyond staining them right now. Let's dwell on our police. That is our point of interest.
The police here are the ones that they are the target of the oil.
Okay. Is it humanly possible to have a separation between the police and politics? We have to close right now.
It's not possible as long as the states remain where the police is part of the executive arm of government, and that interaction is going to be there forever. The laws don't say that there have to be distinctions. What the law says is that the law has to be followed to the letters. So the duty of the police is to see, when we're having this conversation, is to say what law of the Federal Republic was broken by the action they took.
Okay.
Take morality, emotions, and sentiments
out of
the equations.
Okay.
And so what is the law that the police, the federal police, run foul of in these matters that we are talking about?
Okay. While the police protect life, property, while the police looks and make sure that the laws are not broken, and when they are broken and someone needs to go out there and maintain it, it is the police. We're also looking at people. When I say people, I mean citizens of Nigeria. If you live within these boundaries, also know that these are men and women like every one of us, recruited to serve not just me, you, themselves, and this nation. And it's our responsibility to support them. And the image of this country is also the image of the police. Let's not miss all this together. We expect the best from everybody. And let's not dwell on name dragging, whatever means we want to call it. But on this, we have to keep talking so that those that don't understand and those that will repeat this tomorrow will hear. And we shouldn't keep quiet about it.
We do hope that the people out there realize that the nation belongs to all of us, and not just few people who come into power. Power is transient. You can have it today, tomorrow it's no longer yours. And therefore, we must not support the multitude to do evil. And I think that for me is what it is. And then we stand with what is right and do what is right. And if the citizens are themselves doing what is right, some of these issues that we are seeing today, they will not play out.
If the citizens are doing what is right, some of the issues, well, I wish I just all the issues. Okay, on this note, I want to say thank you very much, Dr. Dawsa, for coming on SOUQ Pulse.
It was a pleasure being here.
It's been a good evening. And to every policeman out there, we like you, we love you. Leave those checkpoints. Yes, you're still our friend, and I still hope Bill is free when he gets there. Have yourself a beautiful evening. Remember, love your neighbor and be nice. My name is SOUQ Joroja SOUQ. Bye.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.